Kia ora koutou. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to those that have been here before. Day 6 of PC9 to the Hamilton District Plan. And today we are again focusing on historic heritage areas. Mr. Muldowney, any updates process-wise? Well, I mean, obviously we'll have to have a discussion at the end of the day as to where we are and obviously the interplay between built heritage and the HHA methodology, etc.
Yes, so nothing at this stage. I mean, just to say that I have discussed with both Mr. Knott and also with the need to knit together those sections that we talked about yesterday. So in Appendix 8, there is the Section 8.3 that Mr. Knott referred you to, which is the more specific assessment for HHAs. The first part of that is very tailored and specific to HHAs, but the second part is really a repeat or an overlap of the work that is being done to Section 8-1.2, I think.
Yes.
That the built heritage experts are working on and conferencing. So I've suggested to this team that they should be looking to effectively potentially replace that second part of 8.3 with the material that's going to drop out of conferencing on Thursday, subject to any professional views they might have as to whether it fits or they have any other comments to make in relation to what emerges from conferencing. So the task of doing that merging exercise is underway, but we need to wait until Thursday, really. We can't take it much further until we get the output. But right, everyone's sort of poised for that.
Okay, I guess the one question in my mind is that whilst we have hearing session 3 for specific built heritage items, we wouldn't be looking at doing specific items for historic heritage areas in session 3 as a result of the refinement of the criteria.
No, I think the more likely outcome would be that Mr. Knott will advise you if there's anything about that methodology that changes his recommendations, and if so, what are those changes? But apart from that, there wouldn't be any further evidence required. It's then just over to you to make a determination.
Yes. Okay, very good. Oh, well, there might be more to talk about that at the end of the day. So, having dealt with that, first up, Mr. White, Mr. Dorrell, welcome. So just while you're getting organised, your memo back at the end of October, where you expressed concern about the lack of availability of material in Appendix 8D, is that matter's been resolved? Okay, yeah. Good, thanks. Sorry,
I didn't realise I was first off the ring.
It's a bit like the news readers, isn't it? It's just like, you know.
Yes.
Yes.
I was waiting for the weather. Right. It has been acknowledged by the Council and also supported in full or part in the work of Mr. Miller, WSP, and Ms. Cadigan that other than land title transfers, there is no documentation prior to 1949 recording the history of any of the houses in Marshall or Oxford Street. This should have been the end of considering the validity of the Oxford Street East and Marshall Street Railway Cottage HHA. Council and Mr. Knott first produced a written version of why Oxford East should be an HHA in June 2022, and then a completely new version in April 2023. And then a third version in the Mr. Knott's oral rebuttal in May 2023. Mr. Knott's September report was a fourth version. The October area statements are the fifth version and are a mixture of versions 2 and 4 with a dash of the first version to add flavour. The council and its experts' repeated attempts at inventing the history of these 12 houses is bordering on professional negligence. We initially prepared our submission based on the September report, assuming that the October area statements would reflect the same information, just in a more succinct and legal manner. However, there are many contradictions between the two. Neither the October area statements nor the supposedly supporting, although frequently contradictory, September report clearly state what the heritage values actually are. As such, we will rebut any possible interpretations from both documents that we have not covered in our previous submissions. The September report made much of us having significant Ellison Barnard joinery, claiming to have documentary evidence of links to Ellison and Bernard, and also referring to our houses as being typical of early state housing. These assertions have disappeared from the October area statements. However, we will rebut them anyway, as they will probably come up in Mr. Knott's verbal rebuttal, and we were advised in May that we are not permitted an opportunity to rebut that. Mr. Knott's latest two versions also contradict some of the significant comments he made in his rebuttal to our May 2023 submission, where he stated we were the other Ellison and Barnard houses rather than prefabricated houses. But now he still records us as probably being Ellison Barnard prefabricated houses. In May and in the September report, Mr. Knott appeared to acknowledge that the supposed central front doors, symmetrical windows, and gables parallel to the street are no longer present. However, in the October area statements, they're back, but the significant joinery from the September report is gone. The addition of completely new supposed heritage values, such as containing significant Ellison and Bernard joinery, and the changes back and forth as to what our heritage values actually are, raise further concerns about the credibility of the HHA process as a whole. The history of all the HHAs should have been documented and proven in full prior to public notification. We have written a line-by-line comparison of the two reports with our comments on both versions. This is Appendix A and is taken as read. Our request is that you, the panel, record that there are no proven heritage values for the Oxford Street East and Marshall Street HHA. We understand that you may decide that all HHAs ranked moderate, as we are, may be deemed to not be important enough to be protected, but we are not moderate. We have no heritage values. We do not want this fabricated HHA to ever come back and cause us or any future owners further issues when this process is undertaken again in 10 years' time. Paragraphs 12 to 13, I won't read out because it's sort of a list of just questions that we're posing. The first question to be addressed is there documentary evidence of a link to Ellison and Bernard for the Oxford East HHA? In the September report, Mr. Knott states that limited documentary evidence is available to confirm the likely links to Ellison and Bernard. We were rather surprised at this and requested this evidence. We were advised that there is no written or documented evidence. When Mr. Knott says documentary evidence, he is referring to verbal conversations with other experts and Mr. Knott's online research. This is a rather different definition of documentary evidence to the dictionary. The fact that this false statement claiming there is documentary evidence is recorded in Mr. Knott's evidence is a significant red flag. In my professional role as a hydrogeologist, I often appear in the Environment Court as an expert witness. I can assure you that no Environment Court judge will accept I had a conversation with an expert or I Googled it as evidence. In terms of conversations with other experts, Mr. Knott may be referring to Mr. Miller's peer review, where Mr. Miller also incorrectly identified early 1920s houses as being Ellison and Bernard prefabricated houses, even though these were not first created until the late 1920s. And as per our previous submission, our houses do not contain any of the features. This is not evidence. This is two experts perpetrating a mistake. In terms of online research, if Mr. Knott had Googled Ellis and Bernard prefabricated, as we did, and followed up with a land title search and a quick look on Google Earth, he would know all about the pre-war Ellis and Bernard show homes in Hamilton East HHA. These include 2 Ellison and Bernard prefabricated houses, but are not mentioned by Mr. Knox. Appendix D contains details of the houses and how we identify them. What is an Ellison and Bernard prefabricated house? In Mr. Knott's September evidence, it appears he now defines an Ellison and Bernard prefabricated house as one which contains Ellison and Bernard prefabricated joinery, rather than a house which was manufactured in the Ellison and Bernard house factory. All joinery is prefabricated, and so, if you follow Mr. Knox's definition, every house is a prefabricated house. The Ellison and Bernard joinery factory operated for 70 years until 1972. By 1906, there were over 50 employees. Until the late 1920s, it appears to have been the only joinery factory in the Waikato. This means there will be thousands and thousands of houses in Hamilton which meet Mr. Knox's rather odd definition of an Ellis and Bernard prefabricated home. If the district plan is referring to houses containing prefabricated joinery as being prefabricated houses, the definition will need to be added to the district plan, as it is not the Oxford Dictionary meaning of the phrase prefabricated house, nor what is commonly understood. This is very different to actual Ellison and Bernard prefabricated homes manufactured in the house factory, which do meet the dictionary definition of a prefabricated house. There are a small number of these houses in Hamilton East and possibly Puketi, but they are not mentioned by Mr. Knott. What is distinctive about Ellis and Bernard joinery? Ellis and Bernard made custom joinery in what they referred to as ordinary joinery. They were advertising both types from 1907. The custom joinery appears to refer to the fancy windows and doors, many with lead lights, such as is common in Hamilton East and Claudelands. The advertising refers only to sash windows, with no mention of casement windows, such as those found in all the Oxford Street East houses, although they may have manufactured casement windows at some later time. Background on the Ellis and Bernard joinery factory is contained in Appendix C and taken as read. The main unique attribute of Ellis and Bernard joinery is the use of native timber. Mr. Ellis had strong connections with the South Waikato iwi and effectively deforested the area with the iwi permission. Ellis and Bernard Limited later planted radiator pine, and this was milled from around the 1950s onwards. But from the early 1900s until the late 1930s at least, all the joinery was advertised as being made from native timber, kari, kahikatea, rimu and totara. Ellis and Bernard branded all their joinery so that people could differentiate between Ellis and Bernard joinery and others. From their advertising, it appears the branding likely took the form of a metal oval disc with E and B engraved on it. Is there evidence that the Oxford East HHA houses have Ellis and Bernard joinery? If the houses contained Ellison and Bernard joinery, the following evidence could be seen. The joinery would be made from native timber. None of the homeowners are aware of joinery made from anything other than radiata pine. The joinery would be branded. None of the E&B branding has been located in the Oxford Street houses, nor is there any evidence of such discs having been removed. Since Mr. Knott did not have access to the inside of the houses, he would be unable to verify if this branding is present. If the joinery was custom made, it would be very distinctive. None of the joinery has the features of the custom made Ellison and Bernard joinery, e.g. coloured glass. All the joinery in the Oxford East HHA that is visible from the road is plain. The only other possible evidence would be financial records of purchases by the Pattersons, the builders, or homeowners from 27 to 35 Oxford Street from Ellis and Bernard. None exist. So there is no evidence of Ellison and Bernard joinery being present. In May 2023, Mr. Knott acknowledged these houses have had alterations to the front of the house since 1948. It is actually possible they had some Alice and Bernard ordinary joinery when they were built, as that would probably be the cheapest and most common option at the time. This could also be said for every house in Hamilton built from 1902 until the factory closed in 1972. Is Alice and Bernard joinery a heritage value? In his September report, Mr. Knott stated that the potential incorporation of joinery from Alice and Bernard adds a layer of significance. The September statements in the HHAs for both Oxford Street and Frankton East seem to be based on the ideas that Oxford Street and Frankton East HHA could be the only two places in Hamilton with joinery from a very large Waikato joinery factory, which opened 2 decades before the houses were built and operated for 70 years. This is one of the more bizarre assertions we have had for our invented HHA. Value for construction qualities requires unique or uncommon building materials or an early example of a technique. Given that the earliest Oxford Street house was built 22 years after the factory started making joinery, if the Oxford Street houses in fact had this joinery, it would not score highly for this criterion. The economics of speculative housing means that if building in a budget area like Oxford Street was, and still is, houses would be built on a low budget, and if building in a nicer area like Claudelands, build nicer houses. As such, if there was any Allison and Bernard joinery at any time in the Oxford Street houses, it would likely have been the ordinary type. Does the council really wish to protect and preserve all Waikato houses built from 1902 onwards because they have plain wooden doors and windows? Can past features of houses be heritage values? Mr. Knott's September report largely appeared to be based on what Mr. Knott claims to have interpreted in an aerial photograph from the 1940s, rather than anything to do with the current as-found state of the houses. It is not possible to protect something that is already gone or may never have existed. When we gave evidence in May that only 2 of the 12 houses had central front doors and symmetrical windows and none had the gable parallel to the street, as described by both Mr. Knott and Mr. Miller in their March and April 2023 work, Mr. Knott said that he meant that they used to have these features, and he could read this from a 1940s aerial photograph. In Mr. Knott's October area statements, he once again claims the houses all currently have central front doors, symmetrical windows, and gables parallel to the street. They still do not. Is there evidence the houses originally had central front doors, symmetrical windows, and a gable parallel to the street? While it is possible that houses used to have central front doors and windows, it is not credible to believe the roofs of all 7 Oxford Street houses have been turned 90 degrees. Mr. Knott's May rebuttal and September report and interpretation of the 1940s aerial photograph indicate that he believes it shows the gables used to be parallel to the street. In a simple cottage, the roof ridgeline is perpendicular to the gable as the ridgeline joins the high point of each gable. The 1940s image is not clear enough to see the position of roofline/gables. However, Mr. Miller's peer review includes an image of the 1940s aerial photograph overlaid with the current outline of an aerial view. Mr. Miller's image indicates that the houses have not changed much since then. So who do you believe? A, Mr. Miller, who claims the gables are parallel to the street, but provides an image to show the outline of the current houses is largely unchanged from the 1940s aerial photograph. Or B, Mr. Knott, who alternates between the gables not currently being parallel to the street, but claims the 1940s photo shows they used to be, meaning all 7 houses have been turned 90 degrees, and that the gables are currently parallel to the street, or common sense in a view of the houses, which do not have gables parallel to the street, which suggests that Mr. Knox and Mr. Miller are both wrong, and the houses never did and still do not have gables parallel to the street. And Mr. Knott and Mr. Miller are probably describing the houses at the other end of Oxford Street, which do match this description of the gables, along with mostly having central front door and symmetrical windows. And if the houses have spun around so much as Mr. Knott states, this is such a major change that the houses could not be considered to have any historic integrity. Is it heritage value if houses possibly used to have Ellison and Barnard joinery, or possibly has Ellison and Barnard joinery? This is not the same as researching family history where guesses are made and no harm done if you get it wrong. And actually, your great-great-aunt Agatha owned a brothel, not a dressmaking business as you guessed. This is a major legal restriction on people's main asset. And to repeat, there is no evidence. Is it significant that the houses were developed speculatively before Fairfield and Endley joined Hamilton? The 12 houses in the HHA are no different to any other non-state houses in Fairfield or Endley built prior to the suburbs joining Hamilton City. The land was bought by some, houses were built on them and sold or rented. This is not historically significant for the development period. Sections were still being subdivided in Hamilton East and Claudelands as speculative developments at this time. Are the houses typical of early state houses? When I read that we were typical of early state houses in Mr. Knott's September evidence, my initial thought was this was a cut and paste error and I was going to ignore it. However, given that Mr. Knott keeps making up our supposed heritage values, we cannot assume this and need to rebut it. The Oxford Street East and Marshall Street houses have all been privately owned at all times and were never state houses. We proved this when we provided evidence to rebut Mr. Knott's original claim that we were railway cottages, as we were never owned by railways. The early state housing claim is yet another example of a typology that would require time travel, as most of the Oxford Street houses were built before state housing. Is there any housing typology that Mr. Knott does not think our 7 or 12 little houses are? What about the other supposed heritage values? Mr. Knott states in the September report that they potentially have a degree of prefabrication. What is a potential degree of prefabrication? Is this like slightly pregnant? Given that all windows and doors are prefabricated, i.e. not built on site by builders, every house has a degree of prefabrication. The Marshall Street houses now have no heritage values attached to them, just an incorrect description of what they look like. And yet Mr. Bakshi at number 36 still can't build a secure fence so as young children can ride their bikes safely in the front yard. It is of note that the Oxford Street land title is still incorrectly described as supposedly showing all the houses were sold in the 1920s and an incorrect land title reference cited. It should not be difficult for Mr. Knott to accurately record this. He managed to create new supposed heritage values, but not correct an obvious and proven error when he revised the HHAs again in September and October 2023. In Mr. Knott's rebuttal in May, he spoke of there being 3 types of Ellison and Barnard houses: the prefabricated houses, which first appeared in 1928, the other Ellis and Barnard houses, which appears to refer to plan book houses, which appeared from the 1930s onwards, and houses which had components manufactured by Ellis and Barnard. Note that the first 2 types occurred after the earliest 3 Oxford Street houses were built. If houses containing windows and doors from a large joinery factory can be considered a type of house, this supposed typology began 2 decades prior to the houses being built. There seems to be an issue with the timeline. I would expect any heritage values to relate to the actual time the houses were built, not 10 years later or 20 years earlier. The supposed history and typology of the Oxford East houses has now been changed several times to match the supposed history and typology of Frankton East HHA, including the September report claim that we are typical early state houses. None of the claims make any sense, as the houses in the 2 HHAs are very different. When the panel gave Mr. Knott, Hamilton City Council, another chance to revise HHAs in May 2023, we thought this could be a case of refining and perfecting the document. We did not expect to have brand new and not very sparkly heritage values for our HHA. We actually very naively expected to be removed after pointing out that our houses were not the houses Mr. Knott was describing. Instead, we're giving evidence as to not being the latest iteration of what Mr. Knott believes. We're very concerned that the panel will offer the council and Mr. Knott yet another opportunity to get it right, and we will be here again in 6 months rebutting whatever our 12 little houses are accused of being next. This could go on forever. We respectfully request that the panel make a decision to remove our HHA without any further council revisions or hearings. Is there any evidence of any heritage value of the Oxford East HHA? If you wish to view documentary evidence of the history of the Oxford East HHA, Ellison and Bernard prefabricated housing, or the Ellison and Bernard joinery factory, we suggest you read all of our submissions. Our HHA is deemed to have moderate heritage value because there are houses that Mr. Knott thinks look like or possibly are Ellison and Bernard prefabricated houses. And yet Mr. Knott has not recorded the actual Ellison and Bernard prefabricated houses in Hamilton East and possibly Pinketti as being of significance. Appendices D and E cover these in detail and are taken as read. If you wish to see an Ellison and Bernard prefabricated house manufactured in the Ellison and Bernard house factory, we suggest you visit either Brookfield Street or Fuchsia Ave, or perhaps Pataruru, Tikawiti or Mangakina. If you wish to see houses containing Ellison and Bernard custom-made joinery, we suggest you visit Hamilton East or Claudelands. One thing that is unique about our HHA is that we are the only HHA where our supposed moderate architectural heritage values relate to what Mr. Knox believes we used to have or what Mr. Knox thinks we may have. All the other HHAs now have lists of the features that they supposedly do have. This will make things very complicated. If number 31 want to make a major change to the front of their house, which was modified significantly in 2002, given that any supposedly historical original central front door or window has already been replaced, what are the rules here? If number 23 wish to replace their main entrance door, which is not on the front of the house, will they have to replace it with a central front door because Mr. Knott believes that is what they have? If a Marshall Street homeowner wants to replace one of their sets of non-symmetrical windows, e.g. where they have 2 windows on one side and 3 on the other, will they be advised that it must be replaced with a window that is symmetrical to the window on the other side, as Mr. Knott believes their windows are symmetrical? This would mean replacing a set of 2 windows to match the other side with 3 windows, or vice versa. Appendix A contains a critical line-by-line analysis of Mr. Knott's latest 2 versions, including the features that we need to preserve to protect our invented historic heritage. We will take this as read. We've documented all the attempts by the council and Mr. Knott to invent the Oxford Street East and Marshall Street HHA so far and fully rebutted them. Previous 3 versions in our rebuttals are summarised in Appendix B, which is taken as read. Please bear in mind that this is the 4th or 5th version of why these 12 houses are supposedly an HHA. I anticipate that Mr. Knott will present a 6th version in his opportunity for rebuttal. Maybe we have the other Ellison and Bernard joinery from the other Ellison and Bernard joinery factory, or some new housing typology. I hope that you will realise that if there were any historic heritage values in the 12 houses in Oxford and Marshall Street, they would have been clear from the beginning and not needed to be invented by Mr. Knott to rebut our rebuttal of Mr. Knott's supposed evidence several times. Hamilton's story is not supposed to be fiction. Please remove the Oxford Street East and Marshall Street HHA from PC9 in its entirety. There is no evidence of any known heritage values.
Thank you, Mr. White. I notice you've got an addendum to that as well about direction of gables and...
Yes,
yes,
that was sent through last night.
Yes.
It was just extra information.
Yes.
On to other HHAs. On the first day of the May HA hearings, the council, their lawyer, and the experts all stated they were 100% confident that they had everything right. But since then, they produced 2 new documents with new assertions while still retaining many of the proven areas from previous versions. Yesterday, they were again confident they had it all right. We performed a common sense review for the third written version of the HHAs with an emphasis on evaluating the updated rankings. We then received the 27 October area statements, which had some differences from the September report with some HHAs. So we're looking at both. Our detailed review and recommended rankings are in Appendix A, which we wish to be taken as read along with other matters in Appendices B and C. The latest versions have factual errors, incorrectly cited references, and outright fabrications. While the worst of these appear to be in the Oxford Street East and Frankton East HHAs, we have found that each time we look at an HHA in detail, we find more errors. We mentioned several of these in May, and we'll not repeat those again. But one error I recently identified is in the history of Cadillac Street HHA. Mr. Knott's report states that Reverend Cadillac was the chair of the D.B. Bryant board. This is incorrect. Reverend Cadillac was the chair of the much less significant Mary Bryant Trust, which has nothing to do with the St. Andrews development which Cadillac Street is part of. Prior to the district plan being finalised, someone should have fact-checked all of Mr. Knott's assertions to ensure that what he's saying is 100% correct. It appears it's too late for that now, and so if HHAs within axes, such as Cadillac, are confirmed, the errors will be recorded in the district plan and become part of the false history of Hamilton. The background and building and streetscape elements in the October area statements are largely unchanged from April, so all the criticism in our early evidence remains pertinent. We're not going to address the issue of whether moderate heritage values should be preserved. What concerns us much more, in addition to factual errors, is that the rankings given by Mr. Knott appear to be significantly inflated. In producing his latest HHA documents, Mr. Knott seems to confuse guesses and facts with heritage values. Guesses are not facts. If Mr. Knott thinks that some houses could be or could contain or appear to be or likely are, that is a guess or an opinion, not a fact or evidence. The correct heritage ranking for guesses or opinions is none or unknown. Like its predecessor report in April 2023, the updated HHA documents are still full of qualifiers and guesses rather than evidence. How can the council ever consider placing restrictions on homes based on guesswork? If there is no evidence, there is no heritage value. Can the panel please ignore any supposed heritage values which are not supported by documentary evidence? Mr. Knott has ranked many of his guesses, such as Oxford Street, likely being Alison Bernard prefabricated houses or likely having joinery, as moderate or higher. This is a significant inflation of heritage value. Facts. Where there are facts, it does not mean by default that there is a heritage value. The idea that more information means a higher heritage value is particularly prevalent in Mr. Knott's evaluation of the historic qualities. It is good that Mr. Knott has provided more information, but that does not automatically equate to a heritage value for an HHA. For example, the Cadillac Street HHA has been ranked as outstanding for historic qualities. The HHA contains a reasonably detailed and mostly accurate background of the D.B. Bryant Trust. However, there's no explanation as to why Cadillac Street was chosen over the other 19 streets in the D.B. Bryant Trust development. If a reason was given, that could be a value. I asked the D.B. Bryant Trust for an opinion on the importance of Cadillac Street, and Mr. Arcus, who is the former chair and grandson of Daniel Vickery Bryant, was somewhat bemused. Among other things, Mr. Arcus said that Reverend Cadillac was never the chair, as Mr. Knott mistakenly stated, and so that can't be reason for its inclusion. Mr. Arcus's view on more important streets is documented in Appendix A. If a family member and former chair of the D.B. Bryant Trust does not think this is the best example of a street to represent the history of the D.B. Bryant Trust, then Mr. Knott has clearly made an error in ranking this HHA outstanding for historic qualities due to its associative value with the trust. Knowledge of who subdivided the area is also a fact. It does not automatically indicate any significant heritage value. All of Hamilton was subdivided by someone. I believe all of it used to be farmland and so presumably owned by farmers. The large early subdivisions such as Caldens cover such large areas that if the fact of the subdivision is a heritage value in itself, then all houses in Hamilton will have that heritage value. Selecting a tiny HHA like Rero and ranking its historic value as outstanding because it was part of a 400 hectare subdivision is bizarre, particularly when there are already large portions of the initial subdivision and other HHAs. Knowledge that housing is state housing is also just a fact. An HHA containing state houses should not have moderate or higher heritage values for architecture or history simply because of this. There has to be some proven importance of the group of state houses in the HHA in comparison to the rest in Hamilton. If the Frankton East HHA is correct in recording that Frankton East houses have Alison Bernard joinery, there needs to be an explanation as to why this is important. Given that the joinery factory was very large and was operational from a couple of decades before the Frankton East houses were built, the joinery would be commonplace throughout Hamilton at the time. Frankton East has been ranked high for architectural heritage value based on this, without any explanation provided as to why Frankton East Alison Bernard joinery is much more important than the earlier Alison Bernard joinery in Hamilton, or all the other Alison Bernard joinery at the same time, or any later Alison Bernard joinery. There needs to be, in addition to actual proof of joinery being present, an explanation as to why the joinery in Frankton East houses is unique and important to the historic heritage of Hamilton. Frankton East is the only HHA where the future requirements state that Alison Bernard joinery must be retained. Why is there no requirement to retain this joinery in Hamilton East or Claudelands? Any Alison Bernard joinery in Hamilton East is likely to be earlier than that in Frankton East, and thus have greater architectural heritage value. All rankings from low to outstanding need to be supported by evidence of facts, and all rankings from moderate upwards need to be supported by evidence of the significance. Otherwise, they should be ranked as unknown or none. There are 12 HHAs ranked as outstanding. While these do include the areas previously identified as character, it also includes 2 HHAs where no historic importance was identified until 2021, being Cadnac and Rero. I would expect any outstanding HHA to be suitable to be protected by Heritage New Zealand and or to include several individual heritage houses. Neither Cadnac or Rero meet this threshold. In many of the HHAs, the houses are described as being typical of a period, and it is stated that the designer or architect is unknown. Mr. Knott has given these HHAs an architectural heritage value of moderate or higher. This is a notable and direct contrast to Ms. Cadigan's built heritage approach, where typical recognises there's nothing special to preserve. If the architect or specific plan book is unknown, and all that is known is that it appears typical, then logically the correct architectural heritage value should be unknown or none. And also, if houses are typical, what is the point of protecting them? In some instances, Mr. Knott talks about examples. Quality should be the best, not just an example or typical. Typical suggests a character feature rather than any historic heritage value. Features of houses which are pragmatic design features are described as heritage values. For example, a 2-storey house will usually have a garage under the house and a balcony. A single-storey house will usually have a veranda or a porch at the main entrance. These are typical features, not heritage values to be protected. At most, these could be described as character values. Evidence. All the areas that we identified were identified by looking at quality source references. I believe Ms. Williams' thematic review is the best report covering all of Hamilton's history. It's well referenced, it's clear, just using the find function PDF, because I haven't read it all, obviously. It was easy to get information about the Alison Bernard joinery factory, which I then verified back to Fletcher Archives and papers past. Mr. Knott seems to have done minimal research from primary sources. For instance, if you want to know what is historically significant in the D.B. Bryant Trust, the obvious organisation to contact would be the D.B. Bryant Trust. If you want to know about Alison Bernard, contact Fletcher Archives. This information is really available, and in both of these examples, they were very helpful and were pleased to provide information to me. No one wants the history of their organisations to be falsely reported or misrepresented, as being done in some of the proposed HHAs. The evidence level for all the HAs need to be strong enough to withstand scrutiny by Environment Court judges. The approach of it looks like, it appears to be, will be laughed out of court, let alone it used to have. This isn't just about the court hearing someone objecting to an HHA. If a resident in Cadnac Street went to Environment Court over a dispute with the council about an alteration in front of the property, the court would start by looking at why Cadnac Street is an HHA and be very confused at what it is that needs to be preserved and, more importantly, why. Simply saying something is not evidence. Mr. Knott's verbal rebuttal to our submissions in May had no value. He changed his mind as to whether we prefabricated houses or not, and gave this bizarre story of being able to read what the houses used to look like from a photo, and for some reason wanted to protect this past. Evidence needs to be in the form of written documentation and be as found today, not some romantic mental image derived from aerial photos from 80-odd years ago. The duty to research and check accuracy has largely fallen on the submitters, both lay and expert. The council and its experts have not researched or provided adequate evidence. The latest Section 42A report states that they rely on the evidence of Mr. Knott. This is implying that everything Mr. Knott says is correct. Like many other submitters, we identified errors in the early version of the HHAs, but Mr. Knott has not updated the HHAs to be accurate. In fact, the background and building elements in the October area statements are virtually unchanged from April, even when the values have changed. You cannot enforce a legally binding restriction based on false information. The fact that the council and Mr. Knott are trying to do this is astounding, and the panel should reject such HHAs. The story of Hamilton, as represented by Mr. HAs, is, other than the character areas previously recognised, such as Hayes Paddock, the story, is unclear, largely unsubstantiated, and frankly not very important. The story of the new HHAs tells us this. Hamilton has grown in the last 100+ years. Hamilton has old houses. For many of these, there is no recorded history. Hamilton has state houses. Hamilton has brick houses, which were built in the 1960s and 1970s. Hamilton has areas within suburbs with similar sized sections and houses of similar age and general features. At the May 2023 hearings, Professor Alexander Gillespie noted that heritage areas must keep authenticity and integrity, and heritage values should not be inflated. In May, Mr. Knott commented on the predominance of high fences in Hamilton. They are there largely for security, keep kids and pets in and trouble out. Hamilton has a lot of undesirable areas. One of the oddities of the HHAs is the predominance of HHAs in or near Fairfield. Fairfield is not known for anything good. Other than the Fairfield Bridge, the history of the suburb has never been deemed particularly important until Mr. Knott came along. It is largely known as a state housing suburb. People who want to live there mostly do so because it's a cheap place with large sections near the CBD. And so people such as ourselves are willing to put up with the not so great area so they can have a home with a big yard. I realise that historic heritage is not about nice or attractive areas, but Mr. Knott has picked some of the worst areas reserved with no evidence of their significance. There appear to be HHAs where the HHA was initially selected based on Mr. Knott's street assessments, and then he looked for any actual heritage value later. For example, the June 2022 report for the Catanack HHA has no mention whatsoever of the D.V. Bryant Trust or Reverend Catanack. The supposed values in the June 2022 report relate to being 1970s brick houses without front fences. The council should not select the heritage reserve based on who has fences or not. Many of the HHAs appear to be random selections based on the values of previous proven character areas. Hayes Paddock is a great example of early state housing. So it appears Mr. Knott identified other areas of state housing where the initial criteria is again largely based on low fences and street planting or consist of burn widths, rather than documented history showing the historical significance of that group of state houses. Hamilton East and Clawlands are great examples of bungalows and villas in early Hamilton housing. So it seems almost every other street of old houses and minor streets that has bungalows and villas and does not have high fences were proposed as HHAs. Franklin Railway Village is a great example of factory fabricated houses in a well-preserved railway settlement. So here's Mr. Knott looked around for more railway houses and bizarrely found 12 in the middle of Fairfield and some in Y Street. I believe that Mr. Knott's HHA recommendations make a mockery of Hamilton's actual historic heritage. As well as lacking evidence, some of them are quite frankly ridiculous. They also dilute the importance and significance of the valid historic heritage areas of the city. If the new HHAs are finalised, it will be a case of Hamilton preserving false history. Will the council be putting up signs in Sear Crescent to explain the history, which is largely unknown and unimportant, apart from possibly in one small part of the Fairfield project of state housing? Will there be a sign in all the typical 1960s and 1970s brick house HHAs explaining why they are very important as heritage items, even though we don't know the architect or plan book and consider the houses to be typical examples? Will there be a sign in Catanack Street explaining why it is the most important street in the DV Trust development? Will it incorrectly state that Reverend Catanack was the chair of the D.V. Bryant Trust? And I can't even hazard a guess as to what a sign in Oxford Street East HHA would say, apart from this most fabricated, false, unresearched, completely devoid of documented evidence, and also the most opposed HHA in the history of Hamilton. Back to David.
Hamilton East HHA is the only HHA which covers all development periods, other than the former character areas with special housing typologies, like the Frankton Railway and Hayes Paddock, and unique history, like Temple View. There does not seem to be any justification for any other HHAs. Council should be aiming for the least restrictive outcome. The special character regime appeared to be working fine, according to many submissions from people within these areas. In terms of quality control, There does not appear to have been a peer review since Mr. Knott updated his methodology and rewrote the HHAs. The Section 42A report places reliance on Mr. Knott's latest evidence with no reference to a peer review. The September report and October area statements should have been peer reviewed. Opposing or wishing to be added to an HHA requires either the money to pay an expert or the time, skill and knowledge to fight. This means that anyone without these is discriminated against. Not everyone who is in an HHA is aware of it. There is a homeowner in the Hamilton East HHA who did not receive a letter and as such believes her home is excluded from the proposed HHA. And she lives opposite the Bridge Club. Not everyone who has been removed from an HHA is aware of it. Some, or possibly all, property owners in the Oxford Street West and Marama HHAs did not receive notification that their HHAs are recommended for deletion from PC9. It is possible that some homeowners in those HHAs wish to be in the HHA and would object to its outright removal and wish to present alternative options. There are people who made submissions in May who are not aware there is an updated version of the district plan and the September report and another opportunity to make submissions. The website has an incredible number of documents and is frequently reorganised with documents being moved from one tab to another and new tabs created. Most documents are undated. Excluding the documents relating to oral submissions, there are currently 22 different tabs and around 250 documents on the PC9 website. While I agree that it is important that all information is sent out to submitters, the volume of emails is also hard to comprehend as everyone who is receiving email receives every PC9 email, whether they are interested in significant natural areas or HHAs or built heritage. In the early stages of PC9, the council held information sessions. People who attended these gave feedback in May 2023 that the council staff there could not answer their questions. More recently, homeowners and proposed HHAs who have contacted council for information as to what they can do without a consent have been given answers which are inconsistent with the publicly notified district plan. Two examples of being told they need a consent and a heritage impact assessment to repair a back fence and also to plant or remove trees in front of an HHA house. The volume of unconsented works, whether intentional or not, over the last 16 months is undoubtedly high, especially given maintenance requires homeowners consents in HIA in the notified version. Responsibility under local government. The purpose of the Local Government Act includes enabling democratic decision-making for and on behalf of the community. It does not state that they may override the democratic wishes of that community. In this regard, it would seem to me that if a proposed HHA is not supported by anyone within that community, defined as those who own property within the proposed HHA, then the council should not proceed against a democratic decision by that community. This also applies to the independent hearing panel, who should also listen to the community's democratic wishes. The Local Government Act also states that when performing its role, a local authority needs to follow other laws. This includes the New Zealand Bill of Rights. The New Zealand Bill of Rights states that people or groups of people should not be discriminated against or treated differently. The imposition of HHA status by the Hamilton City Council is counter to the New Zealand BORA, its Bill of Rights, and is effective discrimination on a group of individuals, since the rules and regulations on what can and cannot be done on your own private property are different to every other fellow citizen within the society. By discriminating against certain groups of people in this fashion, Hamilton City Council is acting illegally and imposing limits outside the law that cannot be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. There's quite a few bits there that's more about the law itself, so I won't go into.
Yes,
Yeah,
please skip over those. Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
The HHA's put onerous restrictions on homeowners. Apart from those in former character areas, these were unknown at the time property was purchased and now create a post-purchase covenant. Apart from the Frankton Railway Village, most of the houses in the HHAs are located some distance back from the front boundary, creating a sizable front yard. For many houses, the houses are on or near the middle of the section. This means the HHA restrictions on the front of the property are impacting on around half of the property for these homeowners. Sunny Hills and Chamberlain HHAs are discouraged from having planting in the front yard. This requirement or suggestion is completely unreasonable and totally unacceptable. Trees and plants bring birds and beneficial insects and should be encouraged. They provide shade and privacy. They also help with mental health and assist in purifying the air and reduce flooding. Pet owners are also discriminated against. Dogs require high fences. My 12 kg whippet can easily clear a 1.5 metre fence if there is a cat on the other side. In front section of a subdivided HA property, the fencing restrictions must mean that in practice you cannot have a medium or large dog at all. In a larger section, it restricts how your dog lives. HHA residents are not allowed the same security as others. For example, in a street with frequent opportunist crime, such as Marshall Street, the non-HHA houses will be more secure with high fences, while the HHA houses are more vulnerable. The low or no fence requirements, and in the case of Sunny Hills and Chamberlain HHAs, the lack of planting, reduce the privacy of HHA homeowners, which in turn reduces the potential use of the front of the property. New Zealand lifestyle is traditionally backyard-based. Ironically, one of the oft-heard criticisms of intensification is that it takes away the Kiwi dream lifestyle of kids playing backyard sport while mum and dad have a barbecue. But if the backyard is the only place HHA homeowners can extend their house, i.e. not upwards or in front, or put a garage, they will need to reduce the size of the backyard. And obviously kids cannot be playing in unfenced front yards unless supervised. The requirement not to have large areas of parking in front of houses, accompanied by many HHAs only being permitted a single garage, is nonsensical. Most households have at least 2 vehicles. Where does Mr. Not think they will park them? While the restrictions will prevent permanent parking areas, the council cannot prevent people parking their cars on their front lawn. Financial burden. The imposition of an HHA results in a financial burden that non-HHA homeowners are not subject to. This is a form of discrimination. The imposition of an HHA has an impact on property values, as the property cannot be fully developed. In the valid, stronger HHAs, the impact on property value may be neutral, but in the less affluent or newer HHAs, this is a significant decline. HHA homeowners will need to pay for a heritage impact assessment to make alterations where their non-HHA neighbours will not incur the cost of this for the same activity. Requiring original materials, e.g. timber, wooden frames or walls versus aluminium joinery or hardy planks, imposes a financial burden both for the materials and the ongoing maintenance. House insurance may be higher for a historic heritage house, as the requirements for repairs will involve greater costs. For most HHAs, there is a statement about respecting the existing features. To be able to impose this requirement, the council needs to know precisely, by holding either a pictorial record and or a detailed, factually accurate description of each site as it is on that date, what each building looked like on the day the requirement is implemented. I do not know if the council have done this or are planning to. If the council does not hold this information, how are the consent issuers to know what the existing principal building or design that is meant to be respected is? Whether this existing state is at the date of the public notification or the date of the implementation of the district plan is unclear. As what was notified in 2022 has changed significantly, the council will need to get legal advice as to whether the existing estate is the 22nd of July 2022 or the as yet unknown date the changes become part of the operative district plan, or for Hamilton Street East, whether the, Oxford Street, whether the 1940s aerial photograph represents the historic status that must be designed to, since this is one of Mr. Knott's claims to the historic value of this HHA.
Right. Well, thank you for that very extensive and intensively researched presentation. It's particularly in relation to Oxford Street. I think we will be asking Mr. Knott to make some specific responses in addition to what he's done already at the end of the day. But the level of detail you've presented, it's quite hard to sort of interrogate. I think it needs to be read and yes, taken on and digested as we have and taken on board. But any questions?
Yeah, just one from me. Thanks. I'm just wanting to be clear about the relief that you're seeking. Obviously, the relief in relation to Oxford Street is very clear. But in relation to the other HHAs, are you seeking that all of the other HHAs not be adopted, or that only Hayes Paddock and Templeview be adopted, or that they just retain that special character status that they currently have in the operative plan? I was just wanting some clarification on that.
We've got a list at the end of Appendix A on the second one. I think the recommendation is that anything with special character, we don't know anything about it, so we don't have an opinion on that.
Yeah.
But the others, no, we don't believe any other residential ones should be HHAs. Some of them might be appropriate to be character, but again, that's outside of my knowledge.
Thank you. And that's Appendix A to your all HHA submissions.
Yeah, it's right towards the end. It's a list of everything. We put in a ranking of what we think everything should be.
Perfect. Thank you.
No
questions.
No questions. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
I do have some questions arising for legal, but that will be at the end of the day.
Yes.
That have just come out of this. I don't know whether it's worthwhile flagging them now.
I think so.
Okay. So just in relation to the submissions we've heard, I was just interested in comment from counsel for the council in relation to the status of HHAs, whether they took effect from notification. In relation to the Local Government Act, whether what's the intersection of the Local Government Act and RMA? Is it a relevant consideration here for us, or is the RMA a code so that the LJ, the Local Government Act approach, isn't something that we need to consider? And the place of community views, relevant consideration but not a veto, whether that's correct or not. And then the other point that was raised in the submissions was around the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, and just wanted your view on whether that is a relevant consideration from a legal perspective to HHAs, or whether it's something that more properly applies to the individual rights of a person rather than a particular property. So, yeah, if we could have some response on that at the end of the day. Thank you.
Right. Next up is Waikato Contract Bridge Club. Welcome back. What have you been before, haven't you? Yes.
Right. We're opposed to being included in the Hamilton East HHA. We made a written submission opposing being included in the HHA in August 2022 and an oral submission in June 2023. As a club, we're unable to afford to hire an expert, and we feel that this has resulted in our request to be removed being ignored when submissions were reviewed by Mr. Knott. We have now had some assistance and have some new points to present. Right. Here is a house in Brookfield Street in the proposed Hamilton East HHA. And another house in Brookfield Street in the proposed Hamilton East HHA. Both of these houses are on the opposite side of the road across from the Bridge Club. They were previously in the special character area, which the Bridge Club was not in. They appear to have been built in the 1920s or 1930s. They have custom-built windows and doors, which look like they're original, and the houses appear to be unmodified. We looked at Mr. Knott's street analysis of the Brookfield Street block between Grey Street and Nixon Street. This section of street with around 20 properties is described as having regular lot size and significant consistency in architecture. Mr. Knott's description of small block does not mention a large clubhouse which was built in the 1960s. The building's architecture is obviously not consistent with the houses. The Bridge Club property also has inconsistent lot size and layout, as it is a very large lot of over 4,000 square metres, going back much further than nearby residential properties. And the front is much wider than the adjacent properties. On the west, this way, it is adjacent to 5 lots, and on the east side, adjacent to 3 lots. It has a small brick, energy utility building in front of it. Hamilton East has a very rich heritage. The clubhouse was built in the 1960s and has no connection to the historic heritage of Hamilton East.
Just to clarify, if we can go back a slide, is the brick building you're talking about the little one, beside the white picket fence?
Yeah.
Oh, laser.
Right.
David's
Yeah, on there.
to use it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well building.
Thank you.
Including a are we on to the next? Yeah. Including a 1960s clubhouse, which is at the edge of the HHA, and the Bridge Club is circled in yellow, does not add to the value of the HHA. In fact, it detracts from it. There's inconsistent treatment here. When Mr. Knott reviewed submissions, he added many properties to HHAs based on submissions, but only deleted 1 property. The submission that resulted in property being removed from the HHA was in Sear Crescent. The submission can be summarised as: the property is on the edge of the HHA and does not fit in with the rest of the HHA. The same argument would apply to the Bridge Club as to the Sear Crescent house. Due to all these extensions based upon people asking to be included in HHAs, the revised boundary for the Hamilton East HHA now has a zigzag, fairly obvious there in format. 1 more zigzag removing our clubhouse should not be an issue. Now going on to Frankton East. Frankton East submitters requested that their HHA be extended to include the area from Norton Road back to the gully in the rear and Mill Street on the east. This is shown in blue. When Mr. Knott reviewed the Hamilton East HHA following the resident submission, he extended the HHA but excluded some of the requested properties, including the 2 1960s blocks of flats shown here in yellow. Yesterday, we sent through images of the 2 blocks of flats on Y Street, which are excluded from the Hamilton East HHA. These are both on corner sites with HHA houses across the street in several directions, as well as adjacent. If these sites were redeveloped, any new development would be very prominent in relation to the rest of the HHA. These are the 2 blocks of flats. To be consistent with the Frankton East exclusion of these buildings, the Bridge Club property should be excluded for Hamilton East HHA. Mr. Knott also excluded the houses in the green circles. This is back in the Frankton East HHA, which are within the development period for the Frankton East HHA and are adjacent to houses in the HHA. This has created another HHA with zigzag boundaries. Excluding the 1960s Bridge Club property, which is on a 4,000 square metre lot, would be consistent with a consistent treatment with what has been recommended by Mr. Knott for Frankton East and the deletion of 57 Sear Crescent. The club rooms do not contribute to the archaeological, architectural, or historic qualities which have been ranked as outstanding in the proposed Hamilton East HHA. Please remove 56 Brookfield from the Hamilton East HHA. Thank you. You want wish to add to that?
No, other than that we are not just a bridge club. We have because of numbers and clubs being rated out and losing where they are. We have now got 6 other clubs within the building. So just last week we were approached by a wood turning club who are about to lose their rent has gone up so high they just can't afford to stay where they are. So they've approached closing in the underneath the bridge club. When it was built originally, it was designed for the downstairs to be changed. So they've just approached us about closing that in, and so they can move in there because they've got nowhere to go. They're got to be out of where they are in June next year. So there are actually now, including ourselves, 7. There will be 7 clubs using that building.
So
so we've become more a community type club.
Yes.
We might own it, but we're renting for cheap rents because those places are desperate for somewhere to go.
So you think by the sounds of it, the building itself has got some pretty good long-term viability for the community.
Yeah. Yes, and we want to be able to develop it so that other clubs can join us.
What would be the nature of the development you might see for it?
Pardon?
What would be the nature of the development you might see for it?
Well, at the moment, if this group can obviously get consent from the council to close in the basement, then they're the wood turners, they're going to have all their lathes and things in there. We've got 2 churches in there. We've got the Hamilton Weavers group in there. We've got the Kurikura speaking people, power talk people there. We've got lots of groups, always. There's somebody there nearly every day now. So I can't see us building onto the building other than when it was designed originally, it was designed to extend downstairs if the bridge club grew big enough. All the power is in underneath there, the ceilings are there, just the sides aren't there. So
so it's not enclosed downstairs.
It's enclosed. Well, part of it is because it's our entrance to get upstairs from the car park, but the rest of it is just block work about 6 layers high, so it needs to be taken completely to the top. It's all just block.
We haven't, I don't think we've gone along Brookfield Street. We certainly haven't looked at the property closely. At the back, the land falls away, doesn't it, I think?
It originally was a sand quarry.
That's right.
So this has been another thing we have had with the council because they're saying it's a flood zone. Actually never floods because it's sand and it just water disappears.
Right, any questions?
Yeah,
Ewan?
just one from me. So in terms of obviously understanding the desire not to have it in the HHA, what is the key concern in terms of the rules? Is it the requirement to get a resource consent to be able to make changes? Is that sort of
I
the,
don't know.
no?
Most of us are in our 60s plus. We've been getting hordes of emails. I think I've had 52 emails since March. Some of them are 20 and 30 pages long. We just have no idea what half of it means. We don't even try to follow it. It's the legal jargon is way beyond any of us. And we found it, we've been struggling with it. Fortunately, now we've managed to get a little bit of help, but we still don't totally understand the process. We think, why would a building that was put up in 1964 possibly be? How can it be heritage?
Yes, I mean, you've made some arguments for exclusion. I mean, you can imagine in a broad area like Hamilton East HHA as proposed, you could go around there and certainly see some houses you'd say, well, you're really contributing to the HHA, and others you'd probably say
Part of
not.
it is already out of it.
Sorry, just a moment. So, I mean, there are always going to be buildings within an HHA that aren't the reason for it to be an HHA. So then for us, it comes down to sort of weighing up the sort of integrity of the whole area versus what constraint it actually puts on you as a property owner in terms of consent requirements. So that's the other side of it, is for us to look at what are the rules and how might that constrain you. Right, anything else?
Just to pick up on the point you started to make, did you say that part of your site is not in the HHA? Was that what you were saying?
It's already it's already got a zigzag around the bottom half of the section anyway.
Part of it's cut out.
It's all in. So it's just a case of extending that line up the side and across the front.
Yes. Yeah, so you're saying that the zigzag that already exists for Cotter Place could be extended further north.
But currently it's all in.
It's all in. Yeah.
It's all in.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just this.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones. Morning.
As you can see, I come prepared. Right. Seems to be a little bit of a miscommunication. I understood you were dealing with the whole of Plan Change 9, just not the heritage area. I only got the email the other day to say that you were talking specifically about heritage.
Yes.
Heritage area as opposed to Plan Change 9, which is a little bit more broader than just the heritage area.
Well, just before you get going, I mean, obviously we've got your submission, and it does strike me that your submission goes quite a lot into what might be expected under Plan Change 12, if in fact we get there, which is, and the content of that material is, what is the effect that a recognition of heritage might have on the future development of that land and its contribution to housing supply in Hamilton. Now, I just want to raise with you that we're not here to consider that. So we are focused on heritage. So we're very happy to hear from you about your views on the recognition of heritage, but not the connection between that recognition and the supply of housing.
But the national policy statement is specifically about the supply of houses.
Yes, but we're not here to talk about that today.
But by putting heritage on a large amount of land in the city, you are affecting the supply of land.
But but the submissions we're hearing are on the recognition of heritage. I mean,
Okay,
sorry, just what happens what happens with the recognition of that heritage in the future rules that are created, if in fact we get there under PC 12, is a matter to consider at that time. And the constraint that heritage puts on development of land could be to a greater or lesser extent depending on those rules. So that's a matter of detail. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, righto. Okay, so what I was originally planning to do, I've been in real estate since 1970, and I wonder if you'd give me 5 minutes to just give you a background of what my involvement was in real estate, because it does have an effect on the heritage, what we're talking about.
Yes, I'd imagine that you've seen a lot of heritage in the buildings along the way that you've sold.
Absolutely,
yes. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so when I came to real estate in 1970, there was a lot of land developers and the timber companies, and they were talking about Allison Burnand. Allison Burnand developed sections. They were involved in the likes of Piketty, PTY Homes developed all of Deanville, for example. You've got Taupo Tocha Timber Company, and then you had the private developers. So when I was invited to join my real estate company, I was unusual. I was only 20 at the time, and I was paid a salary. And the guy that employed me, Matt McLaughlin, was actually a private developer. And so what you had is you had Lugton Land, Matthew Didn't Hide, and McLaughlin's Land Agency, which was Chartwell Properties. Don't get confused with Chedworth Properties, because that's the Webb and Murray out of Chedworth, by Rototuna, Chedworth Park. And so what we had a lot of supply of land. So the first section I ever sold was $1,000 in Deanville. 3 years later, I sold it for $3,000. The private developers at that stage were selling sections for $3,000. But because there was so much supply and there was a competition with the building companies, they were actually offering a 10% deposit, delayed settlement of 12 months. The builders have the right to build on the section at any period of time, and they didn't have to settle to 12 months, and there was no interest on the money. And most of those sections were sold between $3,000 and $5,000. A new house, when I came to real estate in 1970, was $12,500. And the information I gave to you yesterday was actually a council report that was done by Chris Simpson, tracking from 1960 house prices, land prices, etc., mortgages, etc. That information, I believe, is probably more useful than the information that the likes of market economics has been providing to the council in the last few years. Moving forward, in 1972, 73, we had a change of government, and the Housing Corporation at that stage changed the rules, and all of a sudden there was a cap of $23,500 on houses. So most people, and I sold 3 houses in 1 month. One of my colleagues sold 8 because we had all the supply, all these builders that built spec houses, they couldn't sell them. The rules changed. Suddenly everyone would buy a house, and they capitalised the family benefit as a deposit to get into the house. I switched from selling houses and sections in the 1980s to investment properties. I still had the occasional instance of selling houses, but I didn't really specialise in houses per se. But what I do is I actually advise a lot of people as a consultant about how they can develop their sites. And what we've got at the moment is the National Policy Statement. So in 2018, I was walking around Mont Blanc and I came across a couple of solicitors that were German, and they actually dealt exclusively in housing, and they told me in detail why housing was so unaffordable in Germany. And I started thinking what they were telling me is exactly the same thing that's happening in New Zealand. And what we've got at the moment is we've got a supply problem. And that's what the National Policy Statement is all about. 2008, I started researching extensively why housing was so unaffordable. I went through all the council's documentation. I went through the library. I've gone back to 1960s on all the historical stuff as to why we're in the situation we are. When I read Market Economics, one of their reports, it said the only way for housing to be more affordable was for them to be more expensive. And that didn't make sense to me in an economic term. So I got hold of Arthur Grimes, who was the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank. He's Motu, Wellington. He's no longer Deputy Governor. And he said, that is a load of rubbish. So on that basis, I then went and tried to get an economist to give me advice as to what is the information the council's being provided with. Is it accurate? That's how I came across Adam Thompson from Urban Economics. He was an advisor for the Property Council in Auckland. Now, he's done 5 reports for me, and all those reports I've given to the council, all of them have been ignored. So what I did is I provided those reports to the ministry and to Treasury. That was in 2019. As a result of that, the ministry asked me to look at all the restrictive covenants right throughout the city. And that is what I did in conjunction with David Laketon. And since then, we've got the change from National Policy Statement Urban Development Capacity to Urban Development. The information that is being provided to yourselves and the councillors is factually incorrect. And look, the first lockdown...
Mr. Jones, I've given you 5 minutes.
Okay.
I've been listening carefully. I haven't heard the word heritage once.
Okay.
So I've heard a lot about...
Okay.
Started to hear a lot about NPSUD and what you've given to the council on that.
Can I give you that?
So
book? That book is probably the Bible. That actually talks about planning rules and heritage. Okay. That is the Bible that the ministry works on for zoning. That's the book that was provided to me by the ministry. I bought 11 of those books. They were the only ones in production, and I gave them all to the ministers in 2021. Unfortunately, this book is out of print. That is one I've got overseas. I'm happy to give it to you. It will explain the reason why housing is so unaffordable. It will explain about heritage. When we're talking about heritage, we're talking about supply. The information that's being provided on the HHA, specifically on Hamilton East, quite frankly, is, and I agree with the previous speakers, is not up to standard. It hasn't been peer reviewed. The information of Mr. Knox, and look, I have sold a lot of the properties in Victoria Street, et cetera, et cetera. Can I go through Mr. Knox's report?
Well, if you've got specific things to say about...
Well, he talks about like Temple View as a heritage area. It is not a heritage area. The original buildings that were built by the church, I acknowledge, are heritage. Most of the houses that were built by the church have now been demolished because they were earthquake prone. They have been built in the last 3 to 5 years. Temple View is not a heritage area per se. The houses that are built there were built there mainly in the 1960s and 70s. And it's only in the last 5 years when the church did a deal with a private developer from Cambridge that they started knocking down the existing houses. Have you been and had a look at Temple View recently?
I have, yes.
And would you agree that they're heritage?
Well, there's a lot of factors to consider in heritage. Anyway, I mean, it's our job to ask the questions.
Fine, okay.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that I agree that the Temple View houses, the new Temple View houses are definitely not heritage. And the houses that have been built in the 1960s and 70s are just generic houses that have been built right throughout Hamilton. I sold a lot of the properties out at Deanwell when I was selling houses. They are not considered to be heritage. Hamilton East, I don't consider most of those houses to be heritage. What my recommendation is number one, Mr. Knox needs to identify specific houses that have heritage character, not say that the whole of the area is heritage. Because Mr. Knox's submission is based on the regional policy statement that is currently being reworded. And until such time as the hearings of that has been finalised, we won't know what exactly the heritage standard is that he's supposed to be working with. I think that these hearings are all around the wrong way. I think what should have happened is that, first of all, we should have had the regional policy statements, revised rules, and only then you do plan change 12 and then do plan change 9. But if you exclude all of Hamilton East, for example, in a heritage area, that is going to limit the supply of land. And we know that it takes 3 to 5 years for land to be developed. And what we've got a supply problem. The Waikato Initiative identified in 2018, we had 5,000 houses short in Hamilton, 12,000 short in the Waikato. We have a supply problem. And what is being built at the moment, duplexes, for example, 2-bedroom, that does not address the supply problem. Because the supply, there's only a very limited number of people that want to occupy a 2-bedroom apartment. And I don't believe you can actually look heritage in without looking overview of saying, what is the objectives of the national policy statement? And that is to free up land.
Well, that, as I said, that will be a matter that a panel, it could be us, if we go on to consider Plan Change 12, and that continues to be what the law requires, that'll be a matter for us to consider at that time.
Okay. Well, look, the report that I did yesterday, and I gave you through, because that's historical. What I can say with authority is the council's economic circumstances basically is limited all developed land. And if you look at the correspondence between the council staff and the ministry from 2018, market economics are saying that they only had 6 to 8 years supply of land available in the city, and that did not consider restrictive covenants or infrastructure issues. That's the critical part, okay? It's the council's inability to provide the funding for land. That's been the driver force of reason why housing is so unaffordable. If you adopt what the council is saying on the HHAs, you will exclude a large amount of development land that the city definitely needs.
Well, I was going to ask you that in terms of the total areas, and just except for the moment that the total areas of HHAs are those that are currently identified by Mr. Knott, which is 29 different areas. Is it your view that the definition of all those areas constitutes a very significant subtraction from total supply that could be available?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what we've been saying to the councillors for the last 5 years. The numbers, everything that the council have been given. I went back to the original reports in 2008. It was a predecessor for the district plan. Harrison Grierson at that stage said there was a potential for 108,000 dwellings in the city, subject to infrastructure constraints, and council staff could not identify what the infrastructure constraints were. That is in a document in 2008 that I got under the Official Information Act from the council.
Well, again, infrastructure constraints are something to be considered under PC12. Because again, it's like heritage, it's a potential subtraction from areas available.
And what we've got at the moment, we've got a constraint. And that's why the extensive, I mean, it's very hard to just separate Plan Change 9 from Plan Change 12, because Plan Change 12 is basically, that should have been take precedence over Plan Change 9. When I made my original submission under Plan Change 9, I was not aware of what Plan Change 12 had, and I didn't know the section 32, where they've now identified all the infrastructure constraints. And I would have thought that the first thing you do is identify your infrastructure and then say where you can build your houses. But the planners have got it round the other way. They've said, we've got this theoretical capacity, everything can be built. Mr. Knox's report, and he talks about Clawlands. I mean, I just can't believe that how anyone can say that the Clawlands commercial area, yes, there are a couple of the buildings there that you could say are heritage, but the one that I sold on the corner of Tiaroa Street about 35 years ago, we knew at that stage it was an earthquake risk. Still there, but it's still an earthquake risk. Frankton, I've sold numerous properties down in Frankton. Most of Frankton has now been demolished in the commercial area and got apartments there. Have you been down and seen what's happened down where most of the Furlongs buildings have been demolished? So what heritage value have those properties got? The industrial buildings in Commerce Street have got no heritage value. They really haven't. Hamilton East, well, I agree that if you've got good heritage, I've been fortunate that I've actually been around the world multiple times, and I see where you've got good heritage. What I believe you have to have is Mr. Knox should identify the properties that are genuinely heritage status and identify them and state that is the reason why they're heritage status, rather than just take a general overview and say everything in that area is heritage because it's in that area. Tiara Street East, debatable. Yes, I acknowledge that some of the houses are heritage, but I'd say most of them aren't. Most of them have actually been modified. A lot of them have been converted. Houses have been converted to 2 flats. Timberview we've covered off, and Victoria Street. Well, look, if you drive down Victoria Street, I'll tell you right now that 90% of the properties in Victoria Street are not heritage. I'm not a heritage expert. I could probably employ a heritage expert, but I'm sure they would agree with me. Most of them are not heritage. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Questions, panel? Right. Well, thank you. If indeed we come back to consider plan change 12, I'm sure we might see you again.
Oh, you will. I don't think you'll be hearing in plan change 12. I think we're going to have the new government will come in and completely change the rules. What we've got at the moment, we've got planners basically trying to preserve their jobs.
Right. Well, I'll let that be the last word from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have agreement? Thank you. Does anyone would like to?
I will look up Randall O'Toole on my Kindle.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Electronic e-books, good for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I presume you know that one?
Yes, I've seen that one. Mr. Stephen, thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for making the time.
So you haven't supplied us with anything additional, so you just
nothing
referring.
additional, no.
No.
But I will seek to speak to I suppose the general themes and comments that I've heard this morning, if I may as well.
Yeah. Can you just move that microphone a bit closer to you?
Closer?
And not being picked up.
I'm trying to be softly spoken. The concern I suppose I've observed this morning, by the way, I'm Craig Stephen. I'm here on behalf of myself and my lovely wife, Sonia. We're residents of Jellicoe Drive. So yeah, we intend to speak to the HHA matters. I suppose my concern in listening and observing or observation that I have this morning is that the independent panel has actually already reached a conclusion around whether HHA will go ahead or not. And what you're, by way of the questions that you've invited of the participants, you're looking for avenues for people to be excluded from HHA areas, as opposed to my submission is that these things should be scrapped. Absolutely. It's not about whether we proceed with HHA and where is the zones or the lines drawn. Our fundamental view is that it's a breach of somebody's individual property rights, and you have no right to be able to tell us what we can and can't do with our property. That's a decision for us as an individual property owner and that of our community. It's not a top-down process as such. So I'd like to get in there. In terms of David White and Jean Donnell's commentaries, we're certainly supportive of all of those in general, with the exception of their opinion being that Hamilton East is a historic heritage area, and certainly support the comments of the previous speaker about the supply and demand impacts of excluding such significant areas from infill or infill housing. By definition, the council is saying by resorting to HHA areas that they prefer urban sprawl over infill housing. And as we all know, urban sprawl causes more damage in terms of climate change issues than anything else. You've invited the question today about what is heritage. Clearly the term heritage, if you look in the Oxford Dictionary, is about language, it's about traditions, it's about customs, it's about practices, but it also relates to buildings in terms of the definition. But it says they have to be important. The word is important. And the question that I invite of you is, what is important about all of these 3,000 plus homes within this city? What is important about them? My question to you is whether a bunch of weatherboard state houses are considered heritage. Are they important? For me, colonial markers such as this are not relevant, or maybe one or two of them are, such as, say, Greenslade House at the top of Jellicoe Drive or the bottom of Wellington Street. And that has additional historical evidence associated with that, but not the whole neighbourhood. Council appear to see heritage as a simple marker of time and place. Looking at, say, my neighbourhood, which has a mix of 5-year-old and 100-year-old homes, is it council's intention that we retain Rototuna in terms of its reflection of 21st century urban sprawl? Is it council's intention that Norton is going to be considered heritage in the future as a representation of lax planning and building codes? Is it our intention then that Hillcrest over time will be considered heritage because it's a representation of the swinging 70s? I offer that up not just to be trite, but just to point to the idiocracy of what I think is being proposed. Is it council's view that we'll take a percentage of each architectural design period in our history and then lock that up sequentially over time? Because essentially that's what we're doing. We're saying that this period of time appears to be something we now consider heritage. It's one person's subjective view. It's not mine. It's not our community's. So I offer that up in response to the question that I hear from you, that is, well, what is heritage? What is important? The question I want to put to the panel really is, does the panel consider what is being proposed as an imposition on the personal property rights of an individual? When government, in the interests of public good, comes up against property rights and it has an impact or an imposition on the affected party, that party is compensated. Think of the Public Works Act. So the promotion of the HHAs is deemed to be in greater good, but it's imposing a significant cost and imposition on the owners of those people and property owners that live in those affected areas. There's a value implication that's been spoken about by the previous speakers. There's an actual ongoing cost on a daily basis that is being transferred to the owners of these property, supposedly in the favour of public good. Leadership, from my perspective, is not rooted in power and authority, but in service and wisdom. Keeping that in mind, may I suggest that matters which relate to a person's autonomy, or in this case, personal and individual property rights, should not be the domain of council, but ultimately be made by the affected individual and the communities that we live in.
So can I ask a question on that? Are you saying that council shouldn't have any building limitations or any sets of building standards?
Standards is different.
How do you differentiate between a building standard and a planning standard?
A building standard is designed fundamentally around health and safety. It's ensuring a certain code in order to protect the occupant.
So historically, would have you agreed with character areas in the current district plan?
I'll respond to the question differently. Our attraction to the Hamilton East area was driven by the natural elements. It was driven by proximity to the river, not by the character features. It was driven by the community that we live with, the diversity that we see amongst the people in that community and the river, as opposed to the nature of the houses per se.
And did you take into mind the zoning of the property? When you bought your property, were you mindful of the zoning of that property? What you were allowed to do?
Were we mindful? I would say it was a latter consideration. It wasn't the primary consideration. It was a secondary.
So would you agree that zoning could have things like high density, normal residential standards? I'm just trying to get a sense or an understanding of this perception of where property rights, individual property rights, must be the prominent feature versus, council's ability to provide.
It's an interesting question. It goes back to the fundamental purpose of government, really. And the fundamental purpose of government is to provide a range of services, but ultimately to protect the rights of an individual. That's fundamentally the role of government, is to protect the rights of the individual. So any imposition on those rights of the individual is a breach of that arrangement. Speak to the elements that that the previous speaker spoke of. The Bill of Rights, all of those things are relevant in this equation. So that's our objection. Fundamentally, our objection is council are seeking to oppose a limitation on what we can and can't do with our property. Whether we choose to do that with our property is up to us to decide. But council shouldn't be telling us what we can and can't do on our property because of some identified greater good that from the street view, and in our case, more people see the back of our house than see the front of our house because they walk along the Riverwalk. So I would have thought that's of more significance to the public than the front. But
so would you not acknowledge that, in fact, in local government, it has an obligation to fulfil national legislation, and it's often national legislation that requires council to implement these types of rules? I'm just trying to understand if you understand the cascading effect.
Well, if my understanding is, or my thought process, and please correct me if I've got this wrong, that this directional shift by our council was a direct response of the 3+3 legislation imposed by the Crown, by government.
In terms of Plan Change 9?
Yeah. It seemed to be a direct response to government introducing a regime where we can put 3 properties up to 3 stories high, and that this was a response to say, actually, we might object to that. So therefore, what's a convenient way to get around that? Let's place some limitations on what people can and can't do with their properties. I don't know that to be the case. That's the thought process that I went through because
that's not quite right. I mean, yes, there is a relationship between Plan Change 9 and Plan Change 12 if we get there, as I understand. But the matters being reviewed under Plan Change 9 to do with both historic and built and natural heritage were all matters that were well due for review in the normal way. And the process has been expedited because of Plan Change 12 coming along and wanting the recognition of those areas to be as up to date as possible before the matters to be dealt with under PC 12 came along. Yeah,
sure. It's irrelevant what I think in terms of the justification for council's decision around this. My objection is council telling me, my community, what we can and can't do with our property is our objection. If you want to control and have that level of control, and it speaks to the earlier point, you're disenfranchising a particular group over the whole. And if you're going to do that, then you need to offer some form of compensation as a consequence. So benchmark my property to a house that doesn't have that same limitations on it and pay me the difference when I sell my home. Or charge people as they drive through our neighbourhood for the benefit of viewing these beautiful weatherboard homes from 70 to 100 years ago. If they are of public good, then they're of public value, and people should, by definition, then be prepared to have a look at them. I'm just offering a whole range of spurious sort of ideas out there to demonstrate how silly this is.
I'm sorry, you did look at us as though we might have an answer on that. I mean, we're not here to answer the questions.
No, but you are here to provide a recommendation for council who will ultimately make a decision. And this is a circular reference. This seems to be something that comes back every generation, and the community have to push back each time. I refer to Hutt City Council who've just made the same decision to kick this recommendation around HHA areas to touch. And they've done that for the third time in the last 30 years. We're in the same situation. Why are we doing this? Why are we wasting time, effort, energy, resources on a nonsensical piece of work? Again, I despise being against a particular issue without having an alternative solution. And the solution that was offered by one of the previous speakers, I think is entirely appropriate. Get your independent expert to identify individual homes that have character profiles that they believe to be the case and reach an accord with those individual property owners as to whether that's the case. Don't do it by decree. You can't. It's a nonsense. Reach an individual agreement with those people. If they're comfortable for their home to be put in and have that character status, then do it. But if they don't, what are you doing? You have no right to do that. Buy my house off me then. Pay me market value like they do under the Public Works Act, and I'll go and live somewhere else.
Okay, I think we understand your views on that. Is there anything else you want to cover?
No, everything else was in my written submission. Again, I come back to the overriding theme here that you're getting from everybody, I suppose, in different ways, shape or form, is one about an imposition on their agency. Yes, there's nuance around the choice of a different term, a word. What is heritage? What is not heritage? What is important? What is not important? What about a topography of or a style of a place? But ultimately, the objection is being told to what they can or cannot do with something that they own. That's at the heart of what everybody is seeking here. And nobody likes to be told by an authority what they can and can't do. From my perspective, it's just another form of colonisation. Look it up. Look up the definition of colonisation in the book, in the dictionary, and in any dictionary. It is a power and authority body usurping the rights, largely property rights, over an individual or a group of people. And that's what's being proposed here. If you want to go down in history as a group that extended the forms of colonisation in our community, please do so. but I don't think you do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll just, anything else?
No, it's very
Okay,
clear.
good, thank you. Mrs. Callaway, you're down for about 50. I'm just sort of seeing whether we might just take a break now. It's been quite a solid almost 2 hours, so I think we'll take a break until 10 past 11. Thank you.
check with Marlene Oliver as to her availability, and she wasn't available.
Right.
So we'd struggled to get someone of that sort of level of independence, if you like. What I've asked is for Mark Roberts, who's one of the senior members of the growth team, the district growth team, to facilitate.
Right.
He's an experienced senior planner who has
Right, we're underway again. Thank you for coming along again, Ms. Callaway. We're in your hands.
Morena, Commissioners. I'm just going to be very brief because I've been here, I think, far too many times. The first is for Waikato Heritage Group and the second is for Mr. Niall Baker in terms of Fairview Downs, which is one of the proposed HHAs. I'm taking the statement for the Waikato Heritage Group as read, and you'll notice that it does focus on these little endpoints about methodology, the use of moderate. And as you'll be aware, there's going to be expert conferencing to actually discuss these matters. So those points, I think, have moved on since that point. But I think it does highlight the original submission where we were talking about the integration, the process and the integration, and how important it would have been to have actually put the built heritage, historic heritage areas, those processes together at a very early stage, along with one combined method.
Yes.
We always learn things sometimes after the event and time intercedes, but I think it's a good point whereby originally when I looked at the what was proposed under PC9, there seemed to be a lot of flexibility within the existing HCC operative plan process, looking at qualities for the HHAs to potentially have been subsumed under that with just a little tweaking of a word, groups, because the social qualities, the architectural qualities, all those ones that you address are exactly the same. And it's good to see that APP7 has been used, but again, it's a regional document and it hasn't been tested, and we're missing that regional inventory, as you're aware, which makes the difficulties here probably wider than they might be in, for instance, Auckland, where there's been concerted time spent on them.
Right. And I noticed that your evidence references the support that the Heritage New Zealand guidelines would give to having an aligned set of criteria.
Yes,
between the two.
Yes, I think from day one, if that had been available, it would have actually assisted the built items and also the areas, but also have some. I know it's not national, but it would have given a good basis. And it's really, apart from I think Auckland City Council, who have got another version which goes to their district plan, it provides a background for understanding when we're talking about terms. We've all got different hats on, like cultural qualities, for instance, quite complex things to actually look at. I think also in terms of one of the learnings is that there's been a strong visual component to what's gone through in the HHAs, and of course it's been housing based. And I think this draws back to the same thing, as that we've got existing character areas, of which, as you'll be aware, the Railway Village was a historic area and is a Heritage New Zealand one. And then we've got Hayes Paddock, which must be about 15 plus years now, where they'd actually went through a process where it was put forward as a historic heritage area. And some of the communities still perceive that's in place. But I understand that the planning, top layer of the planning process, something may have failed and it came in as a character rather than an HE. So these are old, existing, long-term areas that we actually have that perhaps shouldn't have been sitting under character and are being redressed now.
Right.
But that just makes it no help for the rest to come through after this point in time. But I think that looking at visuals, it misses those other qualities such as what the community input would be if you're doing social qualities and cultural. You know, so when Hayes Paddock was going through, there was still a large community there that were tenants of Housing Corporation. In the railway village, there was a large number of tenants who were still railway workers, even though most of them had lost their jobs. And so there was an additional process that I think actually assisted. It doesn't mean that it wasn't contentious. It was highly contentious, both the railway one and Hayes Paddock, but it gave, I think, what I'd call a more robust understanding, and also that ability for the community to actually see if they had something special, identify or fight back against it, or I shouldn't say fight each other, but, you know, sort of have these discussions. And I think that assisted with the way the village has been able to be sustained now for 33 odd years, I think, something like that. It's a different community now, but those values that I think probably were important when the historic heritage area was put under Heritage New Zealand and then the special character under HCC. To me, you know, that's where you keep a community robust. You have voices, but you have these different qualities, not just the architectural. And as the author of that village, I can say that it wasn't done just on architectural. And also it's a rarity. So I think sometimes using the village as an example, you know, it's nationally significant in its own right. So it's really hard to use that as a benchmark because it's sitting right at the top layer. So yes, the guidelines would be very good and I think would have actually helped. I think the other process is the character in the HHAs and, you know, what I think some have been talking about, those that are considering character or HHAs, is the moderates become this challenging ground of where we know under PC12 that there will be no character areas. And so we're in a different situation to Auckland and other cities that have had old character areas and old historic areas. We're sort of sitting in a whole different kind of process. And that whole understanding with the community is perhaps not being discussed sufficiently to actually bring it to the forefront. People know about the village. And so that opportunity to not integrate character and the HHAs together is probably another important aspect of this. And that's where, you know, never mind, it's out of scope. Character is out of scope. But I think it would certainly help with a lot of the discussion about walking down the street and seeing things and the visual aspects of some of these early assessments of these areas.
And just referred to Frankton as being, you know, like a relatively easy call because it is special and rare and that sort of thing. So perhaps not up for question so much. When we look at the criteria, do you consider that it's obvious or easy to divine the sort of the boundary between outstanding and high and then high and moderate? I mean,
I think
is it always going to be an element of, you know, sort of professional expertise that says, well, we've talked about the sort of sense truthing thing about those boundaries. I mean, it's the boundaries of what gets included and on what basis that's the difficulty.
Yes, I think professional opinion will always be varied. And that's what you're saying amongst the experts. But I think the outstanding is probably much clearer because you need to recognise and find whether there's comparative examples nationally. And it's easier to find too, because we've got those already with Heritage New Zealand. There are things that we can pull and use as examples, or there are theses. There's documentation that allows you to drag it in and then do a comparison. When you get to the little boundary line of the local heritage or regional, that's where it's incredibly tricky to actually find evidence and data. And there's not enough resource that's been put into that. And so I think it's going to continue to be a conflict until, there's a regional study. One of the submitters this morning was talking about the thematic study that Lynn Williams did. Well, that was done to have an understanding of the themes and the heritage of Hamilton City, but also to bring it up to date, because the only other book dates from about 1977. So from 1977 onwards, there's kind of this missing history in Hamilton. But that thematic study was to inform overall. It wasn't then specific. And so then the housing areas were chosen to be looked at for potential HHAs and character. The character study got underway, but you would expect that there'd be a background document on the historic heritage of Hamilton to actually understand what all that housing is actually about. And to me, that's one of the missing ingredients. While in 97 we identified what we knew were regionally significant heritage places, which was Hayes Paddock Railway, of course, and at least one other. It didn't go any further than that. And so this to me is it's like the missing volume that would actually help when it came to that threshold, regionally at least.
Just wanting to pick up that and explore that. So I hear you saying that there's, a gap there and there's more information. I guess I'm interested in your view. If we don't have that information, do we have sufficient evidence to put these restrictions on the properties, for one? Or is your advice to us that even though we don't have this, or until we have that, we should take a precautionary approach to include them? I guess I'm just interested in your view on where that line falls. Should they be in or out absent this evidence? Do we have enough to rule them in or rule them out?
I think that's the tricky question, isn't it? Because if I think back to Auckland, when they subsumed the other cities into the unitary plan, places like Devonport had enormous volumes of heritage that could go in and would be okay. But other places like Otahu hadn't even been looked at. And so their heritage fell by the wayside. So I think there's risk either way. And it's not a question that's easy to define. But I think there has to be what I call storytelling. So those values or qualities, as they're called under the RMA, need to have very strong evidence. And I think this is one of the problems that we've got, is having that really strong evidence. And as one of the local historians, this is the problem that we encounter with base documents, let alone when you try to look at HHAs on the scale that's been looked at in Hamilton.
Just in terms of the criteria that, and you're going to the expert conferencing on Thursday? Yes. I mean, in terms of the revised wording that Ms. Cadigan has produced, albeit on built heritage, when you read those individual criteria, do you expect to find descriptors in that criteria that signal where the ranking would be, or do you rely on just describing the features of the area or heritage item that you're looking at, and then sort of coming to some overall decision?
I think so. Date back a long way in terms of the conservation world, we always start off with a statement of significance, And so it's having the background information that you then pull forward into the statement of significance under each of those qualities, and you would think that each would be robust. I have a bit of a problem when you then go to features, because that's kind of something else that's sitting in the district plan. You need to be really clear and robust as to which of the qualities / or values is really important to give you a statement of significance. And to me, that's where the boundary line is in your statement of significance. When you start pulling things down to front facades and windows and joinery and things that are important, that's more like an understanding. And I think early on what I suggested is that, you know, to hold these, you need a conservation plan, which talks about what all the different elements actually are. But that's more like an integrated approach rather than picking out bits and pieces. So to me, the problem is that we didn't start with valuing and qualities and that background heritage document. So that background understanding of that suburb is missing. You know, when Auckland looked at theirs, when they're looking, I think, at the character areas, just thinking back to when we did that, there was a baseline document that looked at the area. And so you had a robustness about that piece of history. And then if there was missing history, you would find the next pieces of history, you know, like the Fletcher Archive or the Hamilton City Council archives, gather that together, and then the statement of significance comes from quite an intensive understanding of each of those qualities. And further investigation, when you realise it's a little bit woolly, it should all be able to be documented. The tricky ones that are difficult to document are the social and cultural.
Yeah. You seem to be saying that these things are always going to be a work in progress, and maybe things settle down over time, but there's always going to be additions and takeaways from a list. But
Yes.
Having said that, I mean, and picking up on Commissioner Morrison Shaw's question to you about being precautionary, that's another call that we have to make, is to sort of to what extent do we have to go to look at that requirement, which is
Yes.
you know, one of the sort of overriding higher level document requirements.
I'm probably a precautious type of person.
Yeah.
But for instance, with the railway village, there were actually many more houses there than there are now. There's been at least 50 lost, and one whole row which leads you into the village is gone. The recreational grounds have also gone as well. And I could say that really that's an indication of where precaution wasn't taken. So Heritage New Zealand outlined this community and what was actually important, which included its recreational grounds, but also that cohesiveness and integrity. And now what we have today is that you go down Rougher Range Road, the houses on one side, if only just after almost 30 years, been considered to go back in to an HHA or character area, whatever it might be. But in the interim, there's been a lot of subdivision, and when you get to the place where the crescent is, where the recreational grounds are, there's been considerable change there. So that lack of ringing it has implications, in my view, on that particular place. But it is at the national level, so it's not a standard HA, as I'd call it, but precaution may have actually addressed that, because there's no link to the railway, for instance. You know, here's a railway village and house factory and settlement, one of the biggest in New Zealand, but it's not actually linked to the railway anymore. So it's actually been nibbled away quite successfully. On the other hand, it's also been held by the community, because there's much bigger engagement now by the community in what's going on in their place.
So just picking up on that answer then, are you saying to us that the level of significance of a place, influences the degree of precaution required? So
I think
national
I am
health,
saying
yeah.
exactly that. So
Yeah.
Yes.
in terms of the criteria, and I can't find it now, but I thought that somewhere you gave the view that maybe a threshold should be determined on the basis of more than one
Yes.
ranking. Did you
Yes.
say that?
Yes. Well, it's common just to have one, and one could easily be sufficient. But I think you would expect to see a little bit, maybe in one or two of the others. A lot of architectural consultants focus on the architecture. Well, if you applied that to some of the ones we're looking at, you actually really need the historic also to be at least above low. So you would expect that there would be something in one of the others. It'd be different if it was, say, a research scientific centre, where it'd be very clear that the scientific qualities would be right at the top. The winery complex that's sitting up at Te Whara is an example of that. But at the same time, you would have historic values that are coming up on it as well. So I think you would expect to see a little bit, at least, in one of the other qualities, and it probably is usually historic.
Yes, I mean, it's pretty rare that if you score on one, you don't, and you score highly on one, you don't score well on one other. I mean, I noted on when we were talking to Mr. Knott yesterday about his table, whereby, I mean, if you score highly on historic, you typically score highly on architectural as well. And so those two things tend to run together. But just say that we ended up saying, well, we like the idea of having two scores. You could still have a rider that said that, but if it was only one and it was outstanding, for example, that wouldn't, in your overall judgment, that might not.
I think it's at least one. At least one is probably the best terminology. And to make it robust, you'd be trying to find if there was anything else or if there was not, and make that really clear.
Right. Okay.
So can I just test that, even if the just one was moderate?
I think the issue with moderate is it historic heritage or is it not historic heritage? And I think it's become this battle about what is moderate. Moderate could be local heritage that's got high value. But equally, for instance, we've got some regional heritage that's being mucked around with. It's still got a really strong historic value, maybe architecturally ugly, shall we call it? But that would still potentially fall into that category. I think the problem is that this boundary line of moderate, is it historic heritage or is it not? Does it have at least one quality, and that's clearly defined, referenced and documented? And yes, it's subjective. It's always subjective. But I think too, the problem with character has come into this, and that's perhaps the other, it's the other elephant in the room. And Ms. Hill, when she was doing her earlier reports, she was addressing both with an idea that there'd be some continuation. And in my view, some of the moderate ones may have fallen off into character areas.
All right, anything else, panel? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, just one more thing, which is Fairview Downs, if that's all right. It's probably one of these examples where perhaps at least one of the qualities could have moved a little bit. And while the evidence is still light on this one.
Sorry, which one are you talking about?
This is Fairview Downs.
Right.
Fairview Downs.
Yep.
I think one of the problems that this one actually showed is this focus on fencing. Again, that's come up. And what I did do is we did a Google study to look at fencing. Fencing was not a significant part of 1960s or 1970s area, as everyone would be aware. It hasn't got historic fencing. But I think also it's this visual idea that if you can't see it, it's not historic heritage. And for instance, the dairy factory sitting down at the end of Frankton there, which potentially is regionally significant, if not more. If you drove past there, I think you'd blink and you wouldn't even see it. So there's a historic heritage that you can't actually see. And the same now really applies to the railway village. if you're going a little bit too fast past the school, you'll blink and it's gone and you don't actually see it. So to me, the emphasis on fencing is sort of like a red herring when it comes to these things. I think also I did point out about cultural and social and addressing these. And I would again say that it's really hard to actually do this. With the railway village, for instance, after the listing by Heritage New Zealand and the scheduling by Hamilton City Council was when the major projects took place, and there was a huge year-long archival oral project that took place. But prior to that, you could have an event such as the reunion or a closure of the factory in that case, and there was evidence that there was actually social identity that still remained. And so to me, this is the one part that's been seriously missing from the proposals of the HHAs is this community part. It's the hardest thing. Most heritage consultants struggle with it and can't actually do it, but it's finding that documentation or that evidence, which is the same thing, that actually shows that there's something that's actually special and has an identity. And while, in my view, Fairview Downs doesn't have cultural qualities, values, from what I can see at the moment, and there's no documented evidence, that social one is there by the petitioning, the residents group, the residents group's been in place for quite some time. And there's also a large group of people about to talk to the library about doing oral projects of their area, which would then support going forward that special social identity.
So just picking up on a couple of those. The first is that you said obviously the evidence is still light. Is it appropriate then that this goes forward now, or would it be more appropriate for that process to finish?
Apologies.
For that process to finish and then it be considered for inclusion in the next time that there's a review of these things. What's your view on that?
I think the second part of your question is the difficult part, because the experience here is 25 years waiting for heritage to be reviewed in Hamilton has generated some of the problems that we've now got. Waiting 10 years is going to make an enormous difference to these housing areas. So precautionary, I'd probably slightly err on that. I think the problem is that we've spent so much time coming through these months of hearings. If I think back, the opportunity to actually get stuck in and see what else could be documented has possibly been lost. But I think that delay has some wider implications.
And then yesterday we were talking, I think, with Mr. Baker and another submitter about this particular proposal, and I think there was some discussion that it might have originally been around 480 sites that were identified, and that had dropped following your review to around 440 or something. In your view, is that still a fairly large HHA?
It's very large, and I actually did relook at it, and I think it would be reasonably easy to drop quite a number off to make it tighter and more readable, if that was one of the criterias. And definitely there's a boundary line, which is Powell's Road. There's a complete disconnect there now. So I think, yes, the lines could definitely be brought back to make it cover the important parts of the community.
So just to clarify that, you're saying south of Powell's would drop away?
I think there's a portion of Powell's Road that's still quite important, and that's that Maori housing development, and also I think part of the story that goes with the Maori housing is that it was designed to be integrated in the community. So if you just focused on the housing, then you'd lose that next part, which is the integration of the community if you're going to be telling a story into the future. So I think a portion of that south has got a story and evidence that it's got something that could be interpreted. and potentially seems to have a community story about it. And then the top end above Powell's Road, that could definitely be dropped back. There's significant streets that are easy to actually identify, but definitely the number could be substantially reduced. And I'd be quite happy to provide a reduction map if you would like one.
Yes, yes, we would.
Yes,
Just
yes.
as a matter of evidence.
Yes, no,
Yeah.
I started working on one last night. And sorry, that's my phone going.
Can I just ask a quick question? I think I heard you say, when talking about the time that this planning process had taken, that a lot has been lost. Could you just explain to me what you were meaning by that?
I think just, when things take a long time, during that time, there's the ability to do a little bit more and add to it and make things a little bit more robust. And I think this is one of the problems, is that more research, more identification, more history, more digging down would have been possible in the period of time if there'd been the resources available to actually do that, then make the statements more robust.
And I think you said previously that during that period, your cautionary approach would be to provide some limitation in terms of property rights until that research is done, or is it your argument that actually, no, you've got to have the research correctly funded and resourced before you would even dabble at trying to reduce people's property rights by suddenly saying 440 houses?
Yes, you need to have evidence that is a large-scale proposition with great impact on those communities and on those individuals. And so, yes, it does need, in my view.
So out of the 29 suggested HHAs, how many, in your professional opinion, have had the sort of research you're suggesting would have been appropriate for Fairview?
Well, I think the existing ones, because they've actually been through processes before, and they've been documented to the nth degree, I would say, almost.
So is the number out of the 29?
But I think in terms of the remainder after those ones are taken out, which is Hayes Paddock, the Railway Village, Claudelands, Hamilton East, the ones that have been through planning processes, I think some of the others could do with some more in-depth drilling in.
Thank you.
That's it. All right.
Thank
you very much again.
Thank you. Sorry about that phone alarm going off.
And we'll, no, that was me.
Thank you.
Unless you rang me.
No. My alarm.
Yeah, and we'll be looking out for that map.
Yes.
Please.
Can I for tomorrow? Is that
Yeah,
fine?
no, that's fine.
Thank you.
And finally, for submissions for the day, we have someone here from the Bullish Partnership.
I'm Winnie Gardner.
Right. Now, before we start, Mr. Gardner's not going to raise it because we never met, but I need to declare that I provide planning consulting services to Kofi Aerodrome on their appeal to the Waikato District Plan. And Mr. Gardner's company, Foster's, is paying for it. Paying for it. So I don't consider that to be a conflict, because we're talking about different things here, and I've never been in a meeting with Mr. Gardner. I might have had a couple of emails about it, but it was only this morning when your name came up, I realised that I could be in that situation. So I'm happy to stand down from this particular submission decision, if that's what's required.
There was no issue from the, I can only speak for the city. But certainly from the city's perspective, there's no issue, and the disclosure of the interest is sufficient.
Right. And obviously, Mr. Gardner, your views on that matter is important as
Fine
well.
by me.
Right, right. Well, on that basis, and having noted that on the record, we'll continue. Right.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to
Yours,
meet you
yours.
today. Sort of did frame this little presentation more in the context of councillors as opposed to probably a whole lot of very educated people. Oh, it didn't come out very well. That's right. So this is in relation to obviously Plan Change 9. We've got some properties in the marketplace in town, and we've got a notice on those. So just to provide a bit of context, my day job is I'm a director of Foster Construction Group, and so we undertake development and construction through Hamilton and the Greater Waikato. When I look at the heritage and what's sort of come through there, it's just sort of I look at it as complexity on the development process. And just as a matter of context, I thought I'd just include there some of the plans that we produced for another project in the Hamilton CBD. So there's a few there. And if you just go to the next page, there's a few more there. And if you go to the next page, there's a few more there for a single construction project, which I get it, but I don't get it because it actually stops stuff happening. So there's just more of a context setter from that resource consent planning process and why things aren't going as fast as they should be in Hamilton to facilitate the growth. In terms of heritage, I'm supportive of protecting Hamilton's heritage and the built environment. I think there's a good assessment criteria that I read there around that. I've heard it mentioned in the previous one, that high and outstanding significance of heritage. Love it, do it, cool, protect that good stuff, because telling stories of where we've come from and the development of Hamilton is so important. But I guess my cry here is we also want to support the continuing to write the story of the city development of Hamilton, because we can't just stop. We just can't put a full stop at the end chapter. We've got to keep going. And that's, I guess, my role I see in the city is to try and advocate, actually, we've got to do some stuff and keep some stuff going while still protecting the heritage and the story of the development of Hamilton.
So you're effectively saying the story's not finished. And
Be disappointing if it was, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, look, we're a chapter in time, so it's we're running the next chapter. In terms of our specific buildings, I'll try and keep this really short. Look, we've got a letter saying that we were a moderate, so therefore we captured under the HHA, but all the criteria above it noted, so no architectural merit, no historical use, there's nothing there, and yet we got a moderate score saying that we had to be included into the process. So probably a little bit taken back when we got that, because I guess the understanding is another plan, and those plans on that particular job cost $1.5 million to prepare. It was a larger project, but it's the reality. This is the property that we're talking about. The property's worth pointing there.
So there's my pointer for the second time. So this is Victoria Street running down here.
That's correct.
And this is
Wood Street.
Wood Street, yeah.
Yep. So there's 3 brown roofs effectively in the middle there. Go down. Those ones there.
Yeah.
Basically those ones there and the one up above it, just there.
Yep.
Those are the properties we're talking about.
Right. So it's that property there.
Everything in there. That's correct.
Yeah. And does it come out to because I thought it came out to Victoria Street as well.
Yeah, so we own the buildings out there as well, but
Yeah.
they are heritage buildings and actually I support.
Yes.
Want to do something that actually celebrates that
Right.
and interacts with that and makes it active. These are the buildings.
These are the ones you've got the question over there.
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So that's where the old Cullens used to be.
It's the one. Yeah,
Yeah.
Good, was a good restaurant.
Yeah.
Yep. In the Casbah and the hidden sushi and
My
Yep.
sins, I worked at the Casbah moons ago on study.
Spent you.
I played pool at the Outback when I went to KPMG, but yeah. So if we go to the next slide, please. So, if I was to sum it up, actually, it was cool at the time when it was first done, quite innovative, but actually, it's actually got poor outcomes in terms of urban design. There's narrow back alleys and opportunities for unsocial behaviour, which we've seen there and it gets regularly in the media. The actual buildings are talking about a 1990s fibrillite timber framed construction of I'd say about poor quality as the owner of them. There's no architectural significance. There's no consistent visual qualities, style or design. There's no connection to historical uses, occupants or architects. Aside from the fact it was probably one of the earlier places, the whole area is one of the earlier places in Hamilton, which I do get to be occupied. But other than that, we've got 3 buildings which I'd really love to redevelop into something positive for the city. Yes, the opportunity is that it's a site that's located between the Union Square development, which we've got underway, the Waikato Regional Theatre, and the Waikato Museum. It's actually should be in the heart of the arts and culture and hospitality, and it's an empty place at the moment because it actually needs to be redeveloped. So it's ripe for redevelopment into an asset that attracts social activity, provides social well-being, and adds economic revitalisation of Hamilton City. I guess from my experience, the effect of having a label like this on there is just a whole other process to go through to unwind, where my view is that these properties in particular, we bought them for development because they're so poor quality they need to be upgraded, and yet we're going to add another layer to sort of another roadblock in the way to try and stop that being developed. Again, totally supportive of where there is heritage being protected, looked after, and the story being told.
And did you say they're vacant at the moment? They're not?
No, they're tenanted.
They're tenanted.
Yeah. So this is, this is something you just got to work through leases, and it might be a 5, 10, 15-year thing, but actually you just got to be in there and have a bit of a vision for it. In summary, very, very supportive of the identification of heritage in Hamilton, where there is historical significance from that historical use, occupants or architects, where there's visual architectural significance, visual qualities, notable style or design. And we've got some examples of that where Foster's has, I think, contributed well into the city. Others we've demolished because they've actually been unsafe buildings. What I am against is if there's historical status applied for sort of just development control measures, which is sort of what it felt like, which is probably unfair to say. But actually, we just need to try and remove some roadblocks so we can get on and do some stuff in the CBD and be open for business. So again, apologies, it was probably framed more at councillors as opposed to this forum here. But hopefully you can sense there a few frustrations there that we would just want to make sure that we can do stuff and actually keep writing the story of Hamilton.
Just going back and filling in on the details. So this is an extension of Victoria Street HHA, is that right?
Yeah, it was
this is the first submission.
in response to submission, yeah.
Yes,
right.
yes,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, so so I was just looking back we've got here, and was they stopped short of going up to Wood Street, these ones?
Yeah, the ones that came with the evidence in the last hearing
yeah.
included this extension. So it's effectively both sides of Hood Street as far down as the Alexandra Street intersection and the one opposite that intersection, as it were.
Right. Okay. Questions, panel?
I guess just in terms of, obviously you see the HHA as being a roadblock. Is that in terms of that you would then have to prepare a heritage impact assessment and the cost and the time taken and potentially triggering another consent versus the feasibility of getting consent? Or is there have you looked at the rules in that sort of detail? Like, is there any parts of the rules, or do you have any comments on how you think if it was to remain in HHA, how those rules could be adapted to enable you to still, do the development while preserving what heritage is there?
I'm probably not that informed in the process. All I see is just more reports and more consulting costs to achieve something which seems reasonably obvious that there is no merit in what's there. So it's just another rope. I guess from a development perspective, you deal with risk all the time. So anything you can get to remove risk from the process before you even get into it, it's even better. So.
Mr. Gardner, sorry.
No.
Can I ask you a question? When you look at other buildings in your vicinity that have been captured in the same way as yours, can you, in your opinion, distinguish your building from the others in terms of, because I think what I'm hearing from is you are saying, look, this doesn't have a heritage element. But I'm assuming you would look at some of the other buildings on Hood Street and say, well, potentially it does.
Correct. Yes.
So it's not just a resource consent process that would add the layer, but I think you're saying that you clearly see your building as different to some that probably should have heritage recognition.
Yep. So from memory, I think I was reading, if it's under the HHA, whatever we redevelop has got to be in context of everything else in terms of heritage. So there's a few layers of rules like that around it as well. So that's, problematic because all these things again provide constraints and reduce the amount of vision able to be applied to a site to bring it to life and to make it commercially viable.
Thank you.
I think just casting my mind back to the first hearing, I think we had a submission from Stark Properties, which was very similar. I think they've got land holdings in Hood Street as well, and we're affected, and we're raising similar issues to what you've put before us.
Yeah, pretty cut from the same cloth.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Gardner. That's very clear.
Thanks.
Right, well, that brings us through to the end of the topic. So how do you want to proceed now? I mean, it might be that Mr. Knott has some discussion or questions first before we go to Mr. Miller. So,
Yep, I'm happy to just hand over to Mr. Knott and then we can move to the 42A report, and then I've also got some responses to those legal questions that you had raised.
Right. So, I mean, there's a couple of things, Mr. Knott. One was, I mean, there's a very specific issue of Oxford Marshall, where obviously we had a lot of detailed evidence and Mr. White and Mr. L about the specifics of the house or houses there that didn't seem to match up with your understanding and description. So that I think that does need some comment. And the other one was about the the recognition of the thresholds, not the threshold itself, but the recognition of where we get to, how we get to, how obvious it is we get to outstanding or high or moderate as we go through. And it might be that some of that is clarified in the wording that comes out of that built heritage exercise. But I think there's a desire and need for those descriptors to be quite specific so that it's the falling out of where you get to is quite obvious. So some comment on that maybe would be useful as well.
Yeah, and there was another point that I would it would be useful to address as well, which is that last submission from Mr. Gardner and also the Bridge Club issue, because I think they're one and the same in a way. So I'd like to cover that issue as well, if I may.
By all means, if there's anything else.
Perhaps I'll cover that first and then go over those other things. And please shout at me if I've missed one of the things you said, or speak to me. In relation to that last issue, it is very much the same as the Bridge Club issue. That site is very much included within Hood Street because it has a frontage and the redevelop with Hood Street in the same way that the Bridge Club has a frontage to Brookfield. And I fully recognise there's development potential on both of those sites, or potentially significant development potential, and neither as such contribute to the HHA, but equally they don't detract from the HHA, either of those HHA either. The buildings aren't fully representative of the more historic buildings within those areas, but they don't take away from the values. So really they're very much included, both of those sites, to ensure there is a degree of control, let's say, or the ability to consider their impact on the HHA's values when they are redeveloped, recognising that that could happen. And with the Bridge Club, for instance, we have a very large site, most of which is unused effectively, with a building just occupying the very frontage of it. And we've already heard in the evidence, for instance, today that there's many clubs in the local area that are unable to find premises. And whilst that's good for the Bridge Club in the short term, you know, who knows whether the Bridge Club's going to be there long term. So I believe it's important to have a degree of control over what happens, particularly the frontage moving forward. And that's the same argument, I think, with Hood Street. We have a building that sits unobtrusively there at the moment, but it is a site which has issues, which will undoubtedly be redeveloped, but it is appropriate to have a degree of control over the redevelopment, which wouldn't be there if it weren't within the HHA. And so those are very much similar sort of circumstances around both of those, and that's very much the reason they're in.
At the moment, though, there's the same rules that apply. We don't have a contributing versus non-contributing within the HHA, do we? So, for example, perhaps, you know, demolition or removal of those buildings wouldn't affect the HHA, or maybe it would, but it might. Whereas if you had another site within the HHA which had that sort of built heritage of that particular character that you're looking at, demolishing that might have an impact, but not so much on these which are 1990s or 1960s built. In which case it's more controlling what would go on in its place.
No, I think demolition is important too, because I actually think, and I've thought about this, and we've had a bit of a debate in terms of what the rules say, sort of within the team here. In my view, the creation of an empty site can have quite a negative impact upon an HHA. And I recognise that in most circumstances, it's unlikely that someone's going to create an empty site and leave it empty. But you never quite know what's going to happen. And therefore, I believe that control over demolition is important, because I think in the case of both of those sites, and particularly Hood Street, having an empty site would have a negative impact on the values of that wider HHA. Whereas, you know, keeping what's there at the moment is sort of neutral. It happily sits there, but having nothing on there would be negative.
So more negative than what sort of could be redeveloped if it wasn't included? I guess I'm just trying to understand the scope of the risk or the scope.
Well, I mean, the difficulty is you could always end up with an empty site. I mean, the sites on, you know, for instance, the site beside Sky City, which is the open car park with the bowling, Tenpin bowling building behind, you know, you wouldn't necessarily expect that to sit there for so many years in that state, in what you would consider to be a prime retail frontage within the central city. But it has been like that for years and just used for parking. So to me, having an outcome like that would have a negative impact upon the HHA, whereas maintaining the building as existing, you know, it is a better outcome as far as I'm concerned. Hence the need, in my view, to keep them in. I mean, the other point, of course, is that in both those cases, they're commercial buildings, and therefore, you know, there's quite a degree of control over alterations and additions to those buildings already. It's not like we have a dwelling where there's lesser control. Certainly within the central city, for instance, you know, it's going to require consent for redevelopment of that site, whatever. And in terms of the HIA, of course, there is the wording around the provision of the heritage impact assessment talks about, you know, sort of commensurate with the effects of it, I guess, in a way. Therefore, you know, you could potentially expect an HIA for that site in Hood Street, where it isn't making a positive contribution, to be much shorter, simpler than one for one of the buildings opposite, for instance, that does make a positive contribution. And it is very much a pocket within that within that frontage as well, because clearly the bank building on the corner of Hood and Victoria makes a contribution, and it's scheduled in its own right, I believe. And then the buildings to the left have got of the site have got sort of, you know, quite interesting frontages with sort of shaped parapets and some form within their elevations, which ensures they contribute. So you've just got this sort of pocket within that frontage. So
how far back?
Well,
do you
it's
feel
not, yeah. That was the other point I was going to make. Sorry, the other point is in relation to both of these sites, we've always, all the boundaries around the HHAs are drawn around cadastral legal boundaries.
Right.
So we don't have anywhere we cut across.
And so that raises the question of practicality. In your view, hearing all the evidence, do you still feel that sort of overarching philosophy of the entire title must be included, as opposed to a more pragmatic approach?
Yeah, I think it would be good to sort of get some planning and sort of legal advice on that. I mean, that could be an outcome that could be appropriate to both, you know, in terms of achieving or addressing my concerns. That could be an approach that could be, you know, pragmatic way of taking things forward. It would be say, you know, have the first 20 metres or something, but I don't know in terms of how whether the plan has anything else that operates.
Yes, I think you
like
yourself noted that that property is much larger than the grid of properties surrounding it. I mean, and the idea of sort of the avoidance of split overlays or split, I mean, when a property's large, I mean, you often see a split zoning, don't you? Particularly on the outskirts of a city where, you know, there's the rural urban boundaries.
Yes,
we'll take that bit in, but we're not going to take the rest of it in. So I don't think there's anything that necessarily restricts you having an overlay on part of a property. I don't think you'd want to use that technique broadly, but there may be some special.
No, I mean, I think there are two cases where that might be, you know, could be a possibility. So you bring the frontage in of a sort of a single building depth or whatever. I mean, the one in the Bridge Club is easy because you probably draw the line at the back of the adjacent properties straight away across. So that has a logic to it. And likewise, you could possibly do something similar with Knox Street as well.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess in terms of demolition, you're talking about demolition. I mean, I don't think it's practical or maybe not even legal to say, well, you can't demolish unless you're going to build, because something can happen in the meantime. And
yeah, I mean, I've actually, I mean, working in the UK, it's commonplace that you would do that. You would actually put a condition on the demolition consent, tying it to a contract being let for the replacement building, and you would consider both applications alongside each other. And I know of an instance where that's been done here as well. But equally, you know, there is always a question as to how legally binding is that if the contract falls through for some reason, et cetera, et cetera. But at least it's giving it's almost the best you can do in that case. And I accept, you know, nothing's foolproof. You could actually have control over demolition on the basis that you expect a redevelopment to take place, and you could still end up with an empty site. But at least you're not in a situation where you're just you're trying to do the best you can to control that situation and to ensure that doesn't happen.
I mean, surely there's a way of avoiding the sort of dusty car park adverse effects on amenity type thing. Like if it did remain vacant for some time, you could surely require that it was landscaped along its frontage and some amenity was preserved.
Yeah. But I think that the difficulty is, without it being in the HHA, what ability do you necessarily have, bearing in mind we don't have rules extending onto land which isn't on the HHA. All of the rules we have currently only apply to the HHA itself, and I don't think there would be scope to then, you know, extend that beyond the, you know, effectively what the plan change area is, as it were, being the HHAs themselves.
Mr. Knott, what time frame would you feel is reasonable if there was a scenario where they were going to demolish and build? Are you saying it has to be contemporaneously, or
I mean, I think that would be the ideal, of course, and there may be an issue with contracts, and there might be some slippage between contracts for demolition versus rebuild. But I think the ideal situation is bearing in mind, where you've got somewhere particularly like Hood Street, where frontage buildings are an essential part of the character of that. It's actually buildings built to the street frontage. Characterised areas such as that in the central city, you would really want to see a new frontage building ASAP, recognising that development takes time.
I just raised that in the context of the example you gave by Sky City.
Yes.
Where, of course, 2 or 3 hotel options have fallen through, and I know the property is now back up for sale. And so the market is working its way through. And I'm fascinated about the sort of the quantum of time. Even 7 years over a scale of 100 years doesn't seem that poor. But
no, but a period like that, for instance, can be in someone's lifetime can be a significant proportion. It could be 10% of your life. So if you put it in those terms, it is a significant period of time. So, I mean, I think the ideal would be to expect one to follow the other in a logical fashion, as can be expected within sort of normal development, as it were. But I accept that it's not always possible. But then you then, I mean, I don't know what was on that site before, to be fair, the one next to Sky City. But in the case of Hood Street, in my view, it would be better to hang on to what you've got for as long as you can, rather than have a vacant site there for 7 years. Shall I move on to some of the others?
Yes.
So I've forgotten the other issues that
Oxford Marshall.
Yeah, Oxford Marshall. Okay, so in relation to that issue of documentary evidence that was in the 22nd September assessments, a question did come through regarding that via the council, which I responded to on the 25th of September. And that was to apologise that the term documentary evidence was used. And I don't know whether that got back to the submitters, so apologies if it didn't, but I did apologise for that and suggested that wording. It was unfortunate that I'd used the wording I used. And then the other thing in terms of the parallel and perpendicular issue, I hadn't spotted, but I have used the word parallel rather than perpendicular by mistake. I think I've just sort of typed the wrong word, and that again, apologies for that, because it is a mistake, a typographical mistake in terms of my typing it. So apologies for that, but it is meant to be. The gables are clearly perpendicular to the street, have always been perpendicular to the street. That's very clear from that 1940s aerial photograph that they've been perpendicular to the street for forever. So apologies, I've used the wrong word there. But in terms of, the documentary evidence thing, clearly in terms of the latest statements which you have, that has corrected that and does not say documentary evidence. In terms of the issue, Katanich Street, the reference to Reverend Duncan Katanich being a chair of the DV Bryant board is a reference provided to me by the research unit at the library. So I'm not in a position to confirm how they had that information, but that was passed to me by the research unit at the library and has been included. But notwithstanding whether that's correct or otherwise, I don't think that's not critical to whether the area is recommended as an HHA, and not critical to the whether the area is outstanding or otherwise, because I think it's actually the direct link of the area to development by the DV Bryant Trust that's important. And I recognise also that the DV Bryant Trust have developed vast areas in that area of part of Hamilton, much of which is residential. There's also a lot of commercial they've developed. But through the stage 1 process I went through, I looked around that area clearly to see which area felt most complete and most representative of development, that development period. And that's why we've ended up with this small street within a vast area that they've developed, which is one that's being recommended as an HHA, because it is that which is being least altered and is most complete.
Mr. Knox, when I've had an opportunity to put side by side your narratives on these particular streets over the time, a simple observation would say they have evolved considerably, and a reader could then start to ask the question, was there robustness in the collation of information, and was all the information accurate? And what I heard again today was a well succinct narrative of saying, we think you got this wrong. I wonder if you would sort of give me more response in terms of the Alice Bernard issue, in terms of the Bryant Trust and the roles, the chair or wasn't the chair. Just help me understand how those sorts of mistakes could happen.
Well, I've explained the latter in that I've relied upon evidence given to me by the research unit of the library. I haven't checked that because I've relied upon their evidence.
But right, so they're not giving evidence here. So
no, but they provided me with research information,
right,
which I've relied upon for that. With regard to the Ellis and Bernard issue, I have carried out as much research as I can. I've also relied upon, Laura Kellaway, who's done a significant amount of research of that, bearing in mind her local knowledge, but also the fact that she lives within one of the areas where there's a number of Ellison or buildings with Ellis and Bernard features within them. So I've pulled upon what I can, but it has been limited to the time available to me, bearing in mind I've been trying to, work through the 29 areas too. So I don't think any of us are, and I fully respect what the submitters have said in terms of the lack of, stampings on windows, etc. I don't, but I still believe that none of us are in a position to give a definitive answer, and that's as far as I can probably take that really. And I recognise in the latest, I've recognised both within the statements and the App 7. The statements, because I accept that the wording I used was unfortunate within the App 7 assessment. I recognise that we can't have a definitive answer on that issue.
And on that question of a definitive answer, the lack thereof, in your opinion, should not negate the allocation of an HHA and the restrictions that come along with that. You're comfortable, even without a definitive answer, that should that suffice.
I think the difficulty is we're dealing with HHAs, not with individual buildings. We're not talking about individual items, and were we talking about individual items, that lack of a definitive answer might be a tipping point. But I think with an HHA, you're talking about broader heritage issues, as it were, broader heritage values. So I think on that basis, it isn't a tipping point in that instance. And the other note I have is, I recognise Ms. Kellaway has said, as she did at the first hearing, she prefers a much greater level of research. But my view is that in terms of the process we've been through since the last hearing with the App 7 assessments, I believe there was enough information available for each proposed HHA to carry out a robust App 7 assessment. And therefore, I believe that we do have enough information available for each HHA.
I'm glad you raised that, because I was about
Yeah.
to raise just that, because there seems to be, obviously, rightly so, you like Mrs. Callaway's evidence in one area because it supports yours, but you're rebutting her on the other. But
yeah,
okay, thank you.
Right. Anything, Vicky?
Yeah, so I guess just picking up on that last point in terms of the sufficiency of the information, is it your view that there's always more information that could be gathered, but what we've got is enough to get us across an evidential threshold to support the HHAs that you're putting forward? That
sums it up. Ultimately, you can always get more. There's always more available, but do we have enough? And I believe we do.
And so is it better to err on the side of caution and precaution as we have some directives?
I believe so, because the difficulty is, as Ms. Kellaway pointed out, if you don't, you risk losing some of what you were seeking to protect. And you'll recall at the last hearing, and I appreciate there were smaller HHAs, but there were a couple of smaller HHAs, the Oxford Street West and another one in Frankton, I've forgotten the name of at the moment, which were removed because there was the certificates of compliance granted for the removal of buildings, which then effectively just took away what you were seeking to protect. So, it seems to me that we're at a moment in time where we have a number of areas which are now being proposed, which is sufficiently coherent in terms of their remaining values and sufficiently strong in terms of the remaining values that they should be identified as they can be identified as HHAs. If we don't do that now, we do risk not having some of those 29 in 5 years' time or whenever, or more likely 10 plus years' time when the next review is. So, now, as far as I'm concerned, they've been identified, they are of sufficient value, and therefore it would be appropriate to recognise them at this time.
Right. Just on the criteria and the wording and the criteria that obviously this is for built heritage, but the way Mr. Muldowney described it previously was that whilst Section 8.3 will have retain some specific wording that applies to HHAs, when it comes to the criteria, the suggestion would be that 8.1 would be used, or 8.1 might be replicated. 8.1 as modified for built heritage would be used and broadened, or would similarly be included in 8.3 as the criteria, and so that they would be very similar.
Yes.
So those words, is it important when I read those criteria that I pick up on descriptors that signal to me where the ranking goes, as opposed to absence or presence only? I mean, I know that in the definition of historic heritage in the Act, I mean, it's binary, isn't it? It's yes or no, present or absent. But in this exercise, we're looking for some ranking to fall out, as opposed to just relying on the expert assessor just to come up with it.
I think that my worry with trying to do that is that inevitably you're going to miss something. If you try and make it so comprehensive in terms of how you pull those things into those, you could well easily miss something. And I think in terms of the methodology that we use for considering the APP 7 criteria at the expert conferencing, and what came out of that was, before we had those criteria, we actually had the evaluation indicators, which we talked about: outstanding, high, moderate, low, or none, or unknown. And that had some sort of words against them. So for instance, outstanding, the area has outstanding value in respect to the criterion, and there's national, regional or local, which doesn't sort of help a lot, but it sort of steers you in a direction, I think, having that sort of wording. And I just wonder whether that in some ways might be safer than trying to have something extensive within the criterion to say, you know, as a fish hook, because it's difficult. Because
Maybe
so
we
often when you make
yeah.
things comprehensive, you actually miss things.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter which way you do it. Sort of you end at the same spot.
You do, yeah, you do. I think, yeah.
Okay.
Because I think from memory, the current district plan does have them within each criterion. In some cases, but misses some out in others, doesn't it? So it means you've got to be, if you're doing it, you've got to be full on, really comprehensively doing it really well.
Mr. Knott, while colleague thinks about another question, just could I quickly ask again, in my mind, just to clarify this issue of being definitive. Ms. Callaway spoke about, in her mind, the definitive areas of HHAs are the ones that were already in play prior to this process, character areas. And I think I've heard you say that you accept that in some of the new introduced HHAs, they're not necessarily definitive, but they've reached a level where you feel really comfortable. I mean, are there any outstanding examples where, you know, when you turn your mind to it, there's no doubt that they should be in? Or are they all in that category?
From my perspective, they're all definitive.
Right.
Because I believe there's enough information to be definitive with.
Right.
That's
Okay. No, that's fine.
Ms. Kellaway and I have different views on the level of information that's required. I believe that in all instances, I've gone through the information we have.
Yeah.
We've worked through the App 7 assessment in addition to the work I did before. And I'm happy that we have a definitive result for or definitive recommendation for each HHA. There's no doubt in my mind about that. In terms of clearly, that then comes down to the issue of threshold, which, you know, Ms. Kellaway and I believe that moderate is an appropriate threshold, and others don't. And you've seen the rankings within my evidence in terms of where we believe things have, or I believe things have got to.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I mean, something being definitive, I mean, it doesn't perhaps matter too much about being definitive between outstanding and high, because the rules are the same for each.
That's right.
But being definitive about the next steps down, and in fact, if we include moderate, the 10 or so that are moderate on your table, I guess there's another step below that where in the many others that you looked at, that's where you made the cut. I mean, there must be some below that where, again, being definitive is important. And I guess that's where these, that's where the call comes in.
Yeah, I mean, the other, well, I mean, I think we sort of covered this a little bit yesterday, didn't we? In terms of the fact that I sort of did things, the comparative analysis was done up front rather than at the end, if that makes sense. And the comparative analysis would be the stage where you could potentially cut some out. You might be cutting some out. You know, you might have a few moderates and some would disappear. But it happens that the way that I did that up front in terms of clearing them out at the start meant that when I then did the App 7 assessment, that they all did remain in. I mean, I think the critical thing for me at this stage then comes down to that question that you asked as a panel previously about size. And as I said yesterday, I've considered that in terms of the potential impact of change, even taking into account change made within the within the HHA in accordance with the sort of rule framework that we have in place moving forward. And also change in terms of what might happen around the HHA. You know, as I said yesterday, I'm content that the size of the mall is okay to accommodate that change, but do accept that going back to Oxford Street and Marshall, that is the one that's most susceptible to change, impacting it. That, you know, a change that happens outside the HHA, impacting its setting.
And that's because it's on one side of the road.
It's on one side of the road. Yeah, both Oxford and Marshall are both on one side of the road, effectively. So that's the one that sort of stands aside from the others a bit because of that issue.
Yeah, just picking up on the size issue and reflecting on Ms. Calloway's submission about Fairview Downs and how she was going to produce a reduced down version, which we obviously don't have at the moment, but interested in your views at a conceptual level, whether if the Fairview Downs was reduced significantly in size to a sort of a more core area, whether that might change your recommendation on whether it should be in or out?
It would be good to, I think I probably need to see the potential boundary for that, because I think for me, and I accept the evidence we've heard about the historic significance of that area, but I can't get away from the fact that at the moment I visit Fairview Downs and it just doesn't feel effectively that it hangs together as a cohesive HHA, and that's partly because of and I appreciate the evidence we've heard to say you can't put too much weight on the physical alterations that have taken place, but I believe we do have to do that, because otherwise we would be, you know, for instance, in terms of Cathanic Street, there would be other streets in that area developed by the DV Client Trust that we would be recommending, but I couldn't hand on heart say I believe they're the best areas. And I think we're in the same situation with Fairview Downs in a way. I just don't feel, or don't consider rather, from my visits to the area, which is, you know, on a number of occasions, that it feels like a cohesive HHA at the moment. But it might be that Ms. Calloway comes forward with a plan which is much more restricted and it is very focused, and therefore I could look at that and say, yes, that does feel like a cohesive HHA where there's commonality between everything that's happening.
But at the moment, from the various visits you've had there, you haven't yourself identified a cohesive area.
No. I mean, I did give Anna School every street at the start, as I did, and it just felt that every street had undergone change to an extent that it in itself it didn't feel cohesive, and therefore you wouldn't be able to assemble a cohesive HHA.
All right, I think we've covered everything that we thought of, and a couple of questions. Care of our absent chairperson as well, who's been giving us some input. That takes you to Smiley about where you're at, and obviously we've got a process on Thursday that you want to hear the answers to before you could give us a final sort of summing up. But you've got an update report for us anyway.
Yep.
Thank you.
I can move over.
Yes, if you would. Yes, thanks.
To the hot seat.
Right.
Or in your hands, yes.
My name is Bar Mawala and I am the Section 42A reporter for the Historic Heritage Area topic. I presume you would have read and seen my updated statement.
Yes.
So my intention today was just to run through a summary of that and then also respond to a couple of queries raised by submitters over the past day and a half.
Right.
So for ease of following, I was planning to run through the statement as it's set out, the structure of it. But obviously, given the expert conferencing yet to come and outcomes of that, and Mr. Muldooney's submission on advocating for consistent application of the criteria, the first part of my updated statement might not be the final set. So I might start from paragraph 16 of my statement.
16?
Yes.
So just to clarify that point that you just raised, so you agree that the criteria should be consistent between the built heritage and the HHAs?
I do. I think, yeah, having two sets of criteria that are basically covering the same topic, but essentially different, is probably confusing to plan users. And I'd agree that knitting them together and having a consistent approach is more helpful for plan users. So I would like to see the outcome of the expert conferencing on Thursday to determine whether any further changes or recommendations to plan provisions are needed following that. Okay. In paragraph 16, I've sort of discussed about responded to queries around size of HHAs, and in relying on Mr. Knott's evidence about where he stated that small anticipated changes cannot be accommodated without impacting the ability of the area to continue to meet the threshold for inclusion. I did not make any recommendations to impose minimum HHA size requirement within 8-3.2 Appendix 8 or elsewhere.
Can you remind me, so obviously the Marshall and Oxford, I think that's the smallest, isn't it? It's got 12.
I think it might be
Riedel.
Yeah.
Riedel.
Yeah.
So how many have we got that? Because I see, Dr. McGill and McEwen says, 15 is like minimum. Just as a matter of interest, I was interested in how many are below that 15.
I'm not actually sure from memory how many. Mr. Knott might be able to answer
have a
that
look.
for you better.
Yeah, thank you.
And then moving on to 17, there are some issues raised by submitters about the what happens on adjoining sites outside of the HHA boundaries. And in this respect, I didn't, again, offer any relief as it would potentially be out of scope and require some further notification of sites that aren't already included in the HHA areas. Similarly, in paragraph 18, there were questions raised about a potential buffer outside of the HHA, and again, for similar reasons, I did not recommend any provision changes in this regard. Moving on to HHA area statements. So you would have received in Mr. Knott's latest statement of evidence dated the 27th of October, updated area statements, and the change I've recommended in Appendix 8D was just to delete entirely the Schedule 8D. Then moving on to paragraph 20, in terms of reassessment of HHAs and assessment of proposed HHAs, Mr. Knott has gone through a reassessment of all 29 HHAs, in addition to 4 that were proposed by submitters. Having relied on Mr. Knott's evidence, I recommended no changes to the number of HHAs that were listed in Appendix 8D.
Just on that, the other expert witnesses essentially support those 20, or most of the 20, don't they? It's just the moderate that's mostly in contention. I think there might be a few that are in the high or outstanding, but mostly that would be right, that most of the experts support those 20 areas that fall within outstanding and high.
That's what I understand, yes. And then moving on to paragraphs 22 to 27, I've just touched on the updated area statements in respect of their structure that Mr. Knott has proposed in his evidence. And it's a consistent structure which essentially I've recommended be followed ongoing should any future HHA be proposed. And so I recommended the addition in Appendix 8-3.2.d that the structure follows those that same structure, essentially. Then moving on to paragraph 28, the panel had raised a question about policy 19.2.2c, which referenced outstanding examples of historic heritage in relation to discussions about the scoring and essentially my recommendation was not to make any changes to that policy based on the impact it might have on other heritage matters, because it's listed in it's included in, it's relevant to all historic heritage areas, not just, historic heritage, not just historic heritage areas. In 29, I've pointed out policy 19.2.4f. And there currently aren't any, it's specific to historic heritage areas, and there currently aren't any rules that correspond to enforcing that policy. So I've recommended the deletion of it. Then moving on to activities in HHAs. The first one that I've discussed there being maintenance and repair. So in response to a number of submitters who pointed out the onerous rules that's been imposed by the application of HHAs, there was actually, it actually required that any alteration or addition to a building, regardless of the scale, required resource consent. And so to offer some relief for minor maintenance and repair activities, I've recommended the addition of maintenance and repair of buildings and structures within an HHA as a permitted activity. And that's utilising an existing definition for maintenance and repair activities within an HHA.
So just on you, in your written, it says maintenance repair, but in your verbal submission now you said minor maintenance. Which is it?
Oh,
please?
sorry. It's maintenance and repair of
Okay.
buildings and structures as written. Yeah.
Right,
correct.
okay, but not minor.
No,
Okay, sorry.
no, sorry. That's just me trying to move things along
No, that's
verbally.
good. Thank you.
Yes, so that is relates to the appendix 1.1 definition, which I've footnoted in my statement. That's an existing definition, so no changes are recommended there. Along with that recommendation, there's also the addition of a new standard 19.4.4, which requires compliance with the definition, and this was basically done to align with the existing structure of the operative plan, which in the Built Heritage activity table also has a similar structure. And alongside these recommendations, I've also recommended adding exclusion for maintenance and repair in activity 19.3.2.a, so it's clear these activities are treated differently. And then also the addition of maintenance and repairs that does not comply with 19.4.4 in the relevant matters of discretion table that is in 19.6.x. In regard to fencing, submitters raised concerns about loss of time and costs as reasons why they objected to some of the reasons why they've objected to fencing rules. Relying on Mr. Knott, who's maintained that the fencing provisions as recommended are broadly appropriate to ensuring the historic heritage values in HHAs aren't compromised, where fencing is a key feature. I've recommended no changes to the fencing provisions.
Just on that, would it be possible to exempt those HHAs where fencing is not a key feature of the heritage values and provide a permitted pathway for those? Or are there none that in which fencing isn't a key component? Or alternatively, could permitted activity rules be drafted to allow fencing within certain standards aligning with the HHA statements, and then RDA if they go outside, like if the HHA standards statement says fences of, low and permeable or whatever it might say, and then you'd only require a consent if you went outside those particular parameters. Just interested in your view on that.
Yeah, I understand that that there is an ability to do that. However, as Mr. Knott's recommended, most of the HHAs, if not all, have fencing as a feature that's important to them, to their heritage contribution. So there is a list of HHAs that are specifically require consent if you're altering the fence. And then there is a permitted activity, but there are restrictions on height in terms of whether there are some HHAs that could fall into the permitted category, a few more. I would need to confer with Mr. Knott in terms of whether there are some that might fit in that scope. I'll then move on to the requirement for heritage impact assessments, paragraph 38. So currently all applications within an HHA, resource consent applications, are required to provide a heritage impact assessment under Appendix 1.2, 1.2.2.8.A. And currently it requires the content and detail of HIAs to correspond to the scale, nature, and potential adverse effects of the proposal. The assessment must clearly demonstrate that the proposed development is unlikely to have any significant adverse effects on the historic heritage values of the area. I've recommended that the addition of, with reference to the statement for the HHA contained in Appendix D. So there's a clear reference to the area statement for which the assessment should be based on. Then 1.2.2.8.D of Appendix 1.2 sets out the content required within an HHA. I again have recommended the addition of, with reference to the statement for the HHA contained in Appendix 8D, to again make it clear that the assessment should refer back to the statement, area statement. One critique of the requirement for an HIA is that the provisions do not clearly set out who may prepare one. And there was a lot of discussion on this matter in the hearing one session. I think the inclusion of maintenance and repair activities as a permitted activity has to some extent resolved some of the smaller issues. But I've also recommended the addition of in 1.2.2.8.F, the heritage impact assessment must be prepared by a suitably qualified and or experienced heritage expert. However, I've also added that depending upon the scale, nature, and potential adverse effects of the proposal, the council may accept an HIA not prepared by a suitably qualified and or experienced heritage expert. And that's essentially to provide council the ability to have some discretion to determine situations where HIAs might not necessarily need to be prepared by a heritage expert.
I just have a question on that one. So I guess one of the concerns I think that was raised by one of the submitters was whether or not the council processing officer would have the skill to be able to make that call whether or not an HIA needs to be prepared by a heritage expert or not. I guess to respond to that, what is council's sort of normal process? Are you able to speak to that? Do you have a heritage expert in-house that, as a matter of course, when these things come up, they get asked for a view, just like, you know, when there's a traffic issue, it goes to your traffic department, etc. And what is that sort of backroom process that would feed into that?
I'm not actually qualified to give an answer on the actual process that Hamilton City Council processing officers undertake, but in my experience as having done processing work, that is usually the process where you would seek further guidance or advice from your in-house expert or consultant expert as to whether you'd need more that information submitted by an expert themselves.
Mm.
So I can't comment myself on, Hamilton City Council's process.
Well, I guess the presence of Miss Cadigan now
Mm.
on staff might
Mm.
have up.
Yeah, but I can assist with that,
Mm.
only probably to the extent of confirming your suspicions that she is a resource which is now available to the it's known as the PGU team, planning guidance unit. So when they're processing resource consents which are engaged with a heritage issue, they have that resource available in-house. And I know that they have had recourse to that resource. So I suspect that's the process.
Then moving on to assessment criteria in paragraphs 45 and 46. There were some concerns raised with the requirement to engage with mana whenua as set out in Appendix 1.3, 1.3.3.E1, point N2P. Whilst I acknowledge the time and resources required to demonstrate consideration of these matters, any changes to this section recommended by myself would inadvertently compromise assessments required for other heritage areas. So have not made any recommendations to change these provisions. Similarly, concern with matters of discretion and assessment criteria in chapter 19.6, which requires assessment of all appendix 1.3, in this case, E, heritage values and special character, as opposed to specific criteria that relates to corresponding activity in 19.3.2. I acknowledge that this would require applicants to turn their mind to all criteria listed in 1.3.3.E to determine what is relevant to the assessment. However, this approach is consistent with the drafting of the operative district plan. It's not a new requirement, so I've made no recommendations in that regard. I've recommended the change to E9 to incorporate maintenance and repair activities. So in that regard, the existing statement says for alterations and additions, and I've recommended the addition of and maintenance and repair that does not comply with 19.4.4 to cover that off as well. I've also made recommendations in regard to Appendix 1.3, 1.3.3.E, 9 to 13. That requires plan users to refer to the statement for the HHA. I have recommended the addition of contained in Appendix 8D just to make it clear. Additionally, the last criteria in each of these sections requires an assessment of proposed activities and the effects on the consistency of the HHA. I considered it a bit unclear reading the statement what the intended meaning of consistency would be. As advised by Mr. Knott, the term is intended to be read with its plain dictionary meaning. To clarify this intention and to provide further context, I recommend the addition of the following wording being the effects on the consistency of the physical and visual qualities of the HHA. And that essentially concludes a summary of the updated statement. And then I just wish to respond to an updated submission from Ms. Kylie O'Dwyer yesterday afternoon. So it wasn't clear in the previous Section 42A reports, but it was intended that all 29 HHAs as recommended by Mr. Knott was also recommended by myself, and that alongside that, the inclusion of the maps from his evidence dated 14th of April 2023, that those are also included as well. That's subject to nothing coming out of expert conferencing and resulting in any other change by Mr. Knott.
So they would go into Schedule 8.
8. I think they would actually go on the electronic plan
Yes.
on the GIS, in terms of whether they would sit within the plan as PDF maps.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess they're lower in the GIS.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just going to be learn GIS because I think it was sort of considered that having them in more than one place sometimes causes a bit of confusion, just to make sure you've got one set of maps to look at and that's it. The definitive GIS maps.
But based on some of your questioning, Commissioner, you had mentioned that some of the maps you're currently looking at don't seem to align with the maps that Mr. Knott's been referring to. So some clarity for me is that I'm referring to the maps from his evidence on the 14th of April.
Right. Just on the addition of those words, the effects on the consistency of the physical and visual qualities of the FHA to each of those items, E9 to 13. See, one of those is just it relates to what we were talking about. So it's connected to for demolition or relocation off the site. So obviously, even as an interim thing, if a building was demolished, but it is a matter to consider. What does that do? It's not.
That's right. Yeah. And as you say, there could be then someone putting forward mitigation of an interim use or planting or fencing or whatever.
Yeah.
The last thing I wanted to just raise is come out of questioning from yourselves to Mr. Knott just earlier about the requirement for a consent to be in place once a building is demolished. There is assessment criteria in Appendix 1.3 in the sections E9, E8 to E12. There is a.
Sorry, just take me to that again. 1.3.
1.3.
Yes.
And underneath the historic heritage areas, E8. Yeah, so section E.
So it was E.
So E9.
E9, yes. Yep.
E9, and then if you go to E9 C.
Yes.
There is an assessment criteria there that says whether there is a consent in place for the replacement of any demolished dwelling or commercial building and whether a contract is let for the construction of this. So that is a matter that must be considered when looking at a resource consent application.
Right. What's your view on that one, Mr. Muldowney? I mean, I guess something like that could be bonded, but I mean, like practically, I mean, if a company goes down the Googler, what could you do with implementing that?
Very little.
Yeah,
some skepticism as to its enforceability in reality.
But that doesn't negate its presence of the criteria, though.
No, it doesn't. But I think that you would, in terms of your efficiency and effectiveness questions, there would have to be recognition that while it might be a useful tool, it will have its limitations.
Okay. Sorry, just to add to that, it's at that moment in time, isn't it? That you're considering the application.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, did you have
Yes.
any questions?
Yeah, thank you for that. No, okay, no further questions then. Yeah, good.
Thank you.
But still a bit of work to do, obviously, on the criteria.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
So I just had a couple of comments to make in response to those legal questions that were raised earlier, but just on that last point, in terms of the next practical steps. So the conferencing is scheduled for Thursday the 16th. The reporting of that conferencing is due on the 24th. And I'd suggest that perhaps there is a combined section 42A and just a not response to whatever is the output of that conferencing, say a week later, which would be the 1st of December. And that would be a response which really addresses those questions about how you would knit the two together, and any sort of drafting issues. It'll also, I think, identify at that point very clearly whether there's still any distance between the parties in terms of those threshold questions and moderate, and whether that remains a live issue that needs to be addressed by the panel and the determination. So I think realistically, if we had a week after that reporting date of the 24th for that information to be provided to you, that, as I say, would be the 1st of December.
I'm actually away in the UK for the 26th.
From when?
26th of November.
26th? Okay, we'll need your response for then.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be possible. I'm in hearings next week.
Okay. All right, we'll need to think about it.
Sorry about that. I'm visiting family on the 26th in the UK.
Okay.
Till the 10th of December. No, 13th of December.
Sorry, what was the revision of the dates then?
So I'm back in the country. I'm back at my desk on the 13th of December. Unfortunately, because it's such a flying visit to the UK, I won't have a chance to work. Wasn't there? And next week is 100% full up.
Well, I think I'll just take a pause and think about when we can try and make a commitment in terms of a response. But I think what we need to do is certainly get a response which closes out that for you, so that you can then have all the information you need to make a call.
Whilst there might be people out there that aren't on all fours with every aspect of it, we would obviously be wanting all the council experts to be aligned. I mean, people have got their own professional views, but
yes, absolutely,
it'd be desirable.
Yes, very, I understand that, and we'll be driving towards that outcome. Okay. So we may need to come back to you just on that. We'll have another discussion, yes, on that date. But I think what we will need to do is just make provision for you to get some information from Mr. Knott and also any section 42A response to that from VAR, so we can make sure that that's programmed in.
Will that response include a response to the narrowed down Fairview Downs map plan, that more information that Ms. Calloway is going to be providing, or will we get that earlier?
Can be. I'm not sure about the timing of that. Was there a commitment? I didn't
She
catch
said tomorrow that she would provide the
all right.
on that.
Yes. Well, it might be that there's an opportunity to form a view on that pretty promptly.
Anything specific like that on individual?
That's right. You know, next week's some legal.
Ewan?
Mr. Milne, I wonder if you could help me. A lot of evidence today focused on individual property rights. And I'm particularly interested in whether or not restricting things such as the fencing height and if there's a test as to the burden placed on property owners. And secondly, and I think possibly even first, if I could ask this one first, sorry. We've heard some evidence that the HHAs can't necessarily be fully defined. And as such, is it appropriate from a legal sense to provide an HHA status while that definition isn't resolved? And another submitter raised the entire premise of, well, if you're going to place that obligation on a property, council should buy it. And so could you just walk me through your legal position on those matters?
Certainly. There's a couple of distinct issues in there. I'll deal with the first one, which is that question of just the general impact on private property rights. I mean, I think the position is that the district plan, inherent within the district plan, are controls on private property rights. So, you know, all district plans will place constraints and restrictions on what can occur on private property. So it is inherent in the nature of a district plan and plan making that there will be restrictions placed on private property rights. And the RMA is not concerned with such matters as impacts on value that arise. So the RMA is concerned with matters of efficiency and effectiveness, which is those critical tests in section 32. And there are embedded within those section 32 criteria, there are questions that need to be addressed about costs and benefits and efficiency and so on. So to the extent that there are evaluations being made about costs to private citizens and the broader public benefits that arise from the controls, those are all matters that are embedded within your section 32 evaluation. But there is certainly no basis for a private land owner to say, as a result of the restrictions placed on my property through this district plan provision, the city has an obligation to somehow recompense me or make me whole in terms of any losses that I assert I suffer as a result. There is certainly no legal obligation in that sense. But if someone wants to argue that there is an inefficiency and an unacceptable cost, they need to argue that in section 32 terms, and they need to ultimately litigate that through the Environment Court or beyond if necessary. So that's the long and the short of it in terms of that argument that if the city is somehow controlling what I can do on my land, it should pay for the pleasure. That is not the way the resource management regime works in this country. The second point that you identified, which I think came out of some of the discussion today about sort of the definitiveness and levels of certainty that exist in relation to HHAs. And I heard Mr. Knott say that he considered there to be a distinction between built heritage items on the one hand and areas. With an item, you can sort of chase down the history and you can be determinative of it and establish with certainty whether it is historic heritage or not. And the evidence I heard today was that it's a little more sort of amorphous in terms of areas and historic heritage areas. And you know, that may be so. And I think I understand the logic that came that sat behind that statement. But ultimately, there still is a legal threshold test that has to be satisfied as to whether the definition of historic heritage is being met by these areas. So in terms of what is the level of definitiveness that's necessary, I mean, there will always be more information. I mean, I think that's one of the themes that's come through. There's always layers of information that can take something well and truly beyond question into historic heritage. And then as you move back from that, you get to the less definitive examples. Where's the bright line test? There is no bright line test as to what is sufficiently definitive. You have to come back to the definition. You have to come back to the evaluation criteria. Ask yourself those questions of whether equality is present, and if so, to what extent, and then start making judgments about, okay, what is the appropriate mapping of the area that protects those qualities? You know, what's the appropriate mapping which delineates where the qualities exist and where they don't? And I think those are, so in terms of definitiveness, you come back to the methodology, the evaluation, and ultimately answering that statutory test.
So thank you. My one further question, if I could, following from that explanation. One of the arguments that Mr. Knott has made is there could be a property captured within the HHAs that doesn't have a heritage bent or orientation, right? But we're going to treat it as such, because if we don't, it could erode the overall area. So I'm just trying to find the finer nuances with what you said initially about the importance of getting to at least the comfort definition of it. And then this next step of us saying, well, even if it does, we're fearful that it may affect the entire area. So could you walk me through that?
Yes, I think, and I heard also, just related to that question, I heard Commissioner Morrison-Shaw talk about the fact that there's currently in the rule framework no distinction between contributing properties and non-contributing properties, and whether there should be. I mean, I think my position on this point is that this is where the rule framework becomes important. So you would expect to see a rule framework which means that when you come to a resource consent proposal for an activity within an HHA, the distinction between contributing and non-contributing will mean something and will materialise in terms of the way that that resource consent is processed. Clearly, a property or a building or a structure which sits within an HHA and is actively contributing to the qualities of the HHA can expect to have, you know, to be faced with some constraints about modification or demolition and removal, because its contribution is substantial, one might say, compared to some other property which is not making any contribution. I would expect the rule framework to be able to accommodate that non-contributing property in a way which allows development to proceed, but not necessarily constrain development, potentially to the extent that you might when you are dealing with a contributing property.
Thank you.
Now, that's something that I think I'd like to see the 42A team and Mr. Knott reflect on, as to whether or not the rules are sufficiently accommodating of that distinction. But I see the issue, and it feels like it's an issue for consenting, and I would expect to see it addressed at consenting.
Okay, thank you.
So I mean, within an HHA, then a non-contributing, if I can use that term, which is not referred to in the paper, that sort of building on that sort of site is going to be caught within an HHA, and it's caught because you don't want the missing tooth syndrome necessarily. But you expect the rule framework to provide some differentiation, which I'm just been looking at that as you've been talking. I mean, it doesn't do that at the moment. Basically, it's all discretionary for I'm talking about demolition or relocation off-site of existing dwellings. And
it may not be that there's necessarily sharp distinctions amongst the rule framework, but you would expect the discretions that are being exercised to weigh these factors.
That's right.
And so even if the rules aren't dissimilar, when you move to applying the matters of discretion and reviewing the area plans for a particular development, I would expect a planner to be making discretionary judgments here about the level of contribution and therefore the level of impact on the values of the HHA, depending upon the existing site and what is being proposed. Now, whether or not you want to leave all of that to the discretion of planners, or whether you want greater direction
written in,
I think is an issue. But that's where I see the rubber hitting the road on that point. Now, just returning to those other questions, those legal questions that were identified earlier. Firstly, in terms of the status of HHAs on notification of the plan change, so Section 86, capital B 3D is in play. It's a heritage item, so those rules that relate to heritage would have immediate legal effect. And so that's the status of the rules at that point. There was a question relating to the intersection of the Local Government Act and the Resource Management Act. So the role of a local authority is defined in the Local Government Act in Section 11, and in subsection B, it prescribes as part of the role of a local authority that it must perform its role and duties and exercise its powers under the LGA and any other enactment. And then when you go to the RMA, which is another enactment, Section 31 sets out the role and function of territorial authorities. So those are the linkages. And so Section 31 of the RMA sets out the critical role and function of the territorial authority. Whether there is a space for consideration of the Local Government Act in Section 1041C as an any other matter consideration, when thinking about resource consent evaluations, there could be a place for it there, but my view is that the real answer to the question of what is the intersection lies in those previous sections that I described. The other point that you had asked was about the community views and whether sort of overwhelming community views one way or another, did that represent a veto in terms of resource management, decision making and plan making? And of course the answer is no. The Resource Management Act first schedule process enables public participation, and with that will be varying community views, but it is certainly not uncommon that strong opposing community views that are presented in a first schedule process don't carry the day. They often don't. The relevant considerations are those that are prescribed in the Resource Management Act. And all roads, as we know, lead back to Section 5 and the concept of sustainable management. And if, for example, if community views are strongly directed towards an outcome which is not aligned with the concept of sustainable management, well, I'm sorry, the sustainable management imperative will prevail. So there is no veto in terms of that community view proposition. It needs to be tested in the proper way. And then finally, there was a question about the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act and where that sat in all of this. So, and it was a point I think made about being free from discrimination. And of course, there is an inherent, again, comes back to this point about district plans, that there are inherent discriminations taking place all the time. Should an area be zoned industrial or residential? So should that land be open space or should it be a commercial area? Those are discriminations that are occurring within the district plan all the time, and they are not unlawful discriminations. Those are judgments being made. So the Bill of Rights Act does, however, prohibit certain discriminations. Section 19 enshrines a freedom from discrimination on the grounds of discrimination as set out in the Human Rights Act. So you've got to go to the Human Rights Act to look for the list of things that you cannot discriminate based on. And they are things like age, sex, gender, ethnicity, and so on. So those are areas where you're not allowed to discriminate. And if you did so, you'd be in breach of the Bill of Rights Act. Your decision making as plan makers, where you are going to be discriminating between what might be heritage and what's not going to be decided as heritage, does not engage those Bill of Rights considerations. And those, I think, that's the ground that was covered in those questions.
That's helpful, thank you.
Now there was just one final procedural matter, which was, it arose out of the archaeological site discussions, and there was the question of the mapping of the archaeological sites and where the updated mapping recommendation went outside the original notified version. So that work has been done by Mr. Ryan, and he's provided me with some paperwork which I'll hand to you and just explain what's going on. If I get this wrong, I'm sure Mr. Ryan will jump in and help. So page 1, there's a list of 36 items, and there's the archaeological site reference number beside them. So that's a list of sites where the mapping has gone beyond the original notified version and where the affected party is Hamilton City Council. And so it obviously is on notice, and you've been hearing plenty from the city. So we don't need to be doing anything more in relation to those sites. Page 2 is the more important page, and that's the one that you can see it identifies 24 items and a number of sites. And it identifies under the column headed property address the new properties, if you like, that are now caught by the additional or extended mapping, and it's got the owners and there's a postal address there. Now, so those are the parties that are affected by the new proposed mapping, and I'll just check with Mr. Ryan. Is there any audit to understand whether any of these parties are already a party? I see Well Networks there, for example. Are there any others that are already a party to this one? Churches, the neighbouring properties affected. It's where it's kind of gone to a new class. Yeah. So there's a couple. Looks like there's a couple of owners who are already participants in this topic, but the rest of them aren't. So you've heard my submissions about scope on day one, but as I said and as I indicated, very happy to be pragmatic about this. And if the panel has a preference to have the city reach out to these people and provide them with a letter and an explanation of what's going on, and invite them to effectively make a late submission, then if that was the direction of travel that you as a panel wish to go in, the city wouldn't have any objection to that course and wouldn't have any objection to anyone making a late submission. So that may be as much as we need to say at this point, and just leave it to you to consider that and let me know how you want to play it. But you can see the addresses are all there. It would be a pretty straightforward exercise to do a letter drop with an appropriately worded letter.
These, without going through the maps, these are items where there is a new piece of title involved. It's not simply the extension of the yellow line within the same title.
No, this is new titles, new people, new titles.
Yep. Just on, if there was an extension within the same title and it was significant, those people are involved, so they've already commented. Yeah, okay.
Well, they've been, yeah, that's right. They've been, I mean, I would double down on my earlier submission and say the notified version clearly captured them.
Yes. Okay. All right. Yes, I see from the second column that, in fact, it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maps.
Yes, yeah, that's right. There's, I mean, you can see there's a greater number of maps on page 1 which affect Hamilton City, but when you go to the third parties that are affected, yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
Very good. Okay, well, obviously that's action on us to come back. And that's it.
That's it, I think. Tomorrow, I guess, will be relatively short and sweet, I guess. It's just the recapping of the MPS IB implications on the SNA topic. And I'm not quite sure how many people are expected. I don't think there's many. So that'll be
in terms of expert evidence, it's only Doc as well.
Yep.
All right.
Just on the sorry, you were going to come back to us after you'd landed some dates with Mr. Knott. When do you think you might be able to come back?
We'll try and work that out today and be able to come back to tomorrow. If we can, yes.
Cool.
And I'm conscious of Mr. Knott's constraints and also just the need to really keep it moving and close it out. So I'll be as practical as we can be.
All right, thank you very much for everybody's inputs, and thank you, Mr. Ryan, for doing the mapping for us.
Thank you.
So,